that Zoom call and look and watch it on Arcan
Okay,
because right now it's streaming your face
okay,
because you're the only one on there.
okay.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna pause.
Recording stopped.
I remember. I'm gonna change my, from Lisa to OSD. You mean my name? We never do.
I think you're saying just for the recording for this
I
meeting,
know,
because it'll go
but
back to Lisa.
I know that,
That's for sustainability.
I download it. That's what I do.
It's a mess, and she's right.
I download it to the drive.
Here
Here it is. I'm now OSD. That makes me happy.
I'm just trying to see what's going on.
Recording in progress.
See, I didn't play with you. OSC should be. Want me to have Dr. Mark? Her video. No, she didn't see it. I was gonna ask her if she could put us. No, I don't.
Miss Lisa, you cool here?
No. Dr. Markham, can you
Yes,
hear
ma'am, I
us?
can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Calhoun, would you say something so we can see if she can hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Are we just about set?
I can hear you.
We are set. Okay, so I'm gonna mute you again, okay?
Thank you, Lisa. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And first of all, I'd like to thank Scott for hosting us today and for excellent tour. Truly a gorgeous facility. A lot of very, very exciting things that you get started, and even more so the plans for the future. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
With that, we'll move straight into our agenda items, with the first being approval of the minutes. Those were circulated electronically. You also have a copy of the table in front of you. If there are no comments around the minutes, I would entertain a motion to approve it as written. Motion from Gina, second from Hugh. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, agenda item 2, and Stephanie, I believe you're up, and that is around the secondary career rules update.
Yes, as you will recall, we updated the rules, which passed, the non-curriculum study expenditure. This rule change was taken by legislation in the last session, that would allow certain centers to use part of their vocational center aid for maintenance and operations. And as you may recall, our rules specifically stated they could not. So the new law that passed allowed centers like the one we are at today, who were apart from their institution, to use that money for maintenance and operations. We thought it would be better to allow all of the centers to use their vocational center aid for maintenance and operations, but we capped it at 28% for non-program study expenditures. So that's the only change to rules. It's been the governor's office, it's been DOR, it's been out for review for 30 days. There were no public comments. You all have already approved this. So this is really, although it says on the agenda that this is an action item, the chairman and I decided that it's just, I'm just updating you that it will go to AOC in October.
What do you, have we done forecasting all career centers now? That's from the legislature. Appropriate allocation.
Right, that is the issue. Right now, overall, the non-program setting expenditures are around 25%. But that's statewide. So you had some programs in the past who were spending up to 45% on non-program setting expenditures. So they're spending on things like counselors, registrars, secretaries, bookkeepers, just different people aren't necessarily doing the industry training. They're just there to administer the program. But then we had other programs who were very low and we have the money to spend. Keep in mind, a lot of these centers don't have the money to spend on that. And the money's not there anyway. And this is really to encourage all of the centers to spend their money on updating programs, doing professional development, to their instructors.
Stephanie, our conversations. We periodically done reviews and chance to provide information. We also mentioned that there may be some change and number of days the students will.
Yes, so we are in conversations with the Department of Ed. As you will recall, in December 2019, we implemented the tier funding, and we said at that time that every 2 to 3 years, we would review cost of the programs, industry needs, and we would adjust those funding amounts. So we will do that at the next meeting. And as soon as I get in the expenditure reports from last year, as well as the enrollment reports, I will send that information out to the board so you can begin thinking about it. We will meet with ADE about it. Here is the deal. A lot of schools have gone to 4-day weeks. And so since enrollment funding is based on how long students are actually in the classroom, there are some centers who will be impacted by this. They won't have the students in their centers long enough to get a 3-hour FTE. Their funding will be reduced because of it's going to go down to a 2-hour FTE. So we may have extra funding, vocational center funding, to actually increase some of those tiered funding rates. And we will do that, of course, but I'll go into October. And we have talked at length with Ross and Ivy about this. And our rules actually define what an FTE is. It's based on a 6-class day. So it's very clear in our rules how we can do the enrollment funding, but we will make those adjustments and you all will have to make that recommendation.
Bus is still running.
fifth day. Buses.
And AD may have more information on that than I do, but I know that if students are not required to on that fifth day, it's going to be hard to control them on that fifth day. And not all schools, I'm not sure if they're all running buses on that fifth day. Some of them are on Monday and some of them are on Friday. So it really is a challenge for our centers to work on all those schedules and full effect. I suspect it's going to affect funding. And we want to make sure that we mitigate that. Do you expect it to impact, sorry.
Those 20 spots. Do you expect that to impact the number of students enrolled in secondary technical education programs?
I don't believe it will, but we're not up to our pre-COVID enrollment numbers. And I think, and again, I can speak to this. I'm not sure across the board we're up to enrollment in our secondary schools. But we're not even with the opening peak in this center, we're still not up to enrollments that we had prior to it. So once you let that genie at the bottom of last year's in settling up, I don't think that we're gonna have less because of this necessarily, we just have less because of
Due to the increasing for individuals, students in particular, have technical training and also the need to fill jobs that are remaining vacant because of the skills of individuals not having skills for those jobs. I would encourage us to look at what can we do on that fifth day, whether that's a Monday or a Friday at secondary center, to maximize the enrollment, even if it's just a credit for not what is that called? Not flex, but a credit that's an extra credit. It's not, doesn't count for their diploma because obviously they're getting those hours, but it's a, yes, elective credit. Thank you.
Well, and Stephanie is exactly right. It is a challenge with 23 districts now, 29 districts now that have implemented a 4-day week. Plus, we have 6 that are doing a 12-month year-round calendar. And then even though it's with the 4-day week, the difference in which day they're not at school. And those are not perfectly aligned to any one center. And so, one of our big concerns also is the fact that you have the same students in the same program with different schedules at their school and different centers around the state and make different decisions about how to handle that. So it's very much not streamlined. I guess would be the best way to say it. So we are trying to figure all of that out. And of course, until you know your enrollment, we don't know how much of an impact it's having on any one center. Because even though you have a group of districts that have a 4-day week, they may not have a large enrollment in those centers. So we've got a lot of different pieces to really put together and to look at that, look and see how is it affecting each center and programs within the center. So it definitely has done a little bit of a curve in this. So but you can't make a decision immediately until you really have all that data. So going into the spring, we're going to know more, and I think be able to come back and have those discussions together.
I'll just say it's very concerning because we are moving in the opposite direction of where we need to be going in order to have individuals prepared for the jobs that we have in Arkansas. And I'm preaching to the choir, I know. So, but it's very concerning.
I would characterize this as, not all, but a lot of it to 4 days a week. Probably did not include this component into their planning process. Kind of, there's an act. But it was also the pre-K. It kind of both into the spectrum. So that leads us to some challenges to try to overcome. I like when I asked Scott that question on the tour, he said that, now there's a I will refer to, which 5 days, you're gonna be here 5 days, sign up for 5-day program.
Our Malvern partners, they have several of those schools, Bismarck, Prescott, and there might be a couple more. But they have said that those students have to come on all 5 days, even if their school's not meeting, they're still expected to be there. They're not allowing them a day off. And now, what impact that's had in their enrollment potentially, I have not seen their final numbers yet, but I know that's how they've approached, at least in this first year. Again, like you said, there may be some considerations made by all parties as they try to.
Dr. Fletcher mentioned, it will be the spring before we really can give you a good assessment.
Is there something that we could do temporarily to resolve this issue until we have a
Not until we get the enrollment. So when we get the enrollment and we calculate how long the students are there, and we were gonna have to break the news to some of the centers that this is no longer a 3-hour FTE. You know, it's gonna be a 2-hour FTE. So their funding will be impacted, but that's where you guys can come in December and make the adjustments so that we can increase the funding based on the total fall
It's
payment.
not just the funding, it's the credit to the students.
Exactly.
They're being impacted as well.
It is.
I mean, essentially, a brand new facility here.
Yeah.
And now theoretically, 4 days a week. Then we have that all across the state. It's just focus on what, it's unbelievable how those decisions get made without this sector. 2/3 of kids ultimately wind up not paying public schools.
Chairman Calhoun, can I've reached out to all of our center directors that, I tried to check enrollment via eSchool, but many of the centers have not, the schools, city schools have registered their students yet. So I reached out to the center directors to ask them, ask them 2 things. How many students are attending from each of the alternate scheduled schools? And how many days a week are they attending and how many hours per day are they attending? And I've gotten many that say that, just like what John Bratton from ASU 3 said, they're attending 5 days a week. I've got some that say that they're attending 4 days a week if they have their own transportation. Then, and the bus, some schools are willing to run the buses. I understood that, like for instance, at ASU Mountain Home, Viola and Viola and one other school up there, they were going to run the buses for their students. If they run the buses, they expect them to be there 5 days a week. If they don't come, then it's considered an absence. I have something from Pat Edmonds, who's at ATU. And she said that they have 2 schools that, most of them, one of them is off on Monday, one of them is off on Friday. And she said it really, if they have their own transportation, they're expected to be there. She said, but the thing about it is that they're getting college credit. It's a college course. They're expected to complete the same assignments, whether it's 4 days a week or 5 days a week. That has not changed. And so the students are aware of that. They get their schedules in advance. The teachers post things. She said it is causing extra work for the teachers, but they're willing to do that. Their assignments are there. She said sometimes many of them will schedule their lecture day on a Friday so that the students can log in remotely and can be online doing WebEx or some kind of, a virtual. But, it's just everyone is doing something different. It just, many of the ones that were year round, they started August 1st. The centers did with the students. Everyone is different. And so, yeah, it is. I mean, there's no right or wrong right now. We're just trying to figure it all out. But I am getting all the data from them and I'm compiling it into one document so that we'll all know what's going on.
Well, maybe worrying about something that's not gonna happen, but regardless, I'm still going to, need you guys to look at the funding again, and because it's been 3 years. So it's time for us to look at the costs in each program, look at the enrollments, look at the jobs and certifications, and have those sector partners let us know where we need to, and that's you guys, let us know where we need to invest more funding. So we will be doing that in December, and we'll know the impact at that time.
Another thing that I'd like to bring up is we are offering a public service. So to say if they have their own transportation in town, and if they don't, they can't, it's not a public service. And so that needs to be considered somewhere within
All right.
school district somewhere.
But some of the schools that they drive themselves. They don't, their school districts don't provide transportation. They should, but some of them don't.
So I will update you guys after our meeting at ALC on the rules. And then as soon as I'll give you one of my wonderful spreadsheets. Hopefully in November, that'll show you the cost of programs and enrollments and those sort of things. So I'll send that out as soon as I can get that compiled.
Thank you, Stephanie. We're going to go ahead and move forward with agenda item 3, and that is a presentation from Little Rock Excel Center, headed up by Mr. Brian Marsh. That's honorary candidate in part because of participation from our school.
Presentation.
The grant is about $3 million this year, and to date, we have $1 million last year, and $3 million this year. So we have spent approximately $1.5 million at this time. So Brian, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much.
Hang on, let me share my screen.
I want to appreciate the partnership that we have with OSD and the opportunity. Thank you very much, Scott, for the tour. It was wonderful, beautiful facility. You're doing some great work here. Appreciate it. And look forward, as a resident of Saline County, I look forward to the impact it's going to make. So I would like to introduce my team. I have with me Joanna Lever, who is the Vice President of Education for Goodwill. I have Tammy Wheaton, who is Vice President of Mission Services. And then we also have Melvin Williams, who is our Retention and Recruitment Specialist, and he's also a graduate of the Excel Center, 2019 graduate of the Excel Center. So any questions you have on student impact will be answered by Melvin. Really appreciate the opportunity to come in. Goodwill's mission is changing lives through education, training, and employment. Education is the foundation of our mission. In 2015, we worked to change the law in the state to allow the Excel Center. We are one of 33 Excel Centers. They're operated right now in Memphis, Tennessee, out of St. Louis, Missouri. They're in the state of Indiana. They're in Washington, D.C. Soon they will be opening in Kentucky and in Arizona. So it was originally founded and started in Indianapolis by the Indiana Goodwill. Our vision is people in the communities we serve will have improved skills that provide long-term employment and a better standard of living. As we move forward, you are all very familiar with the future of work. Dr. Childers mentioned the impact that is having right now, and I know that as we move forward, digital transformation and automation are going to have a huge impact. More than 40% of the workers in with a low level of education will suffer displacement by 2030, 2035, as compared with 10% with a higher level of education. And the new collar shift. A lot of jobs are now open, as Scott mentioned on the tour, to individuals with certification where it used to require a college degree. So as we move forward, I'll bring Joanna up to talk about the Excel Center and how the Excel Center is operating, the performance of the Excel Center, and then also lead us into the metrics.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to share information with you about the Excel Center. I started there a couple months ago, and We are in the middle of our first term for this 22-23 school year. We provide flexible schedules for all of our students, and some of our students are in need to go part-time. Some are able to go full-time. About 70% of our parents, of our students are also parents. And so because of that, it's our goal to help them remove some of the barriers that stand in the way of them completing their education. We provide free childcare. It's on site. The students are able to drop their kids off and go to class, or go to tutoring, or go meet with their life coaches, and then go pick up their children from the drop-in center. We also provide transportation assistance, and we provide bus passes through the Little Rock Metro. It drops our students off right in front of our front door, and so it's very convenient for those who have the challenge of getting there due to transportation issues. Life coaching is another benefit that all of our students are able to access. From the time they enter our doors and enroll, they are paired with life coaches who assist them with all the barriers that could possibly stand in their way. They provide community resources to address those. They also take them by the hand and really help them navigate the challenges of completing their education. They also celebrate with them whenever they experience successes. We also provide college and career readiness skills. All of our senior level students complete a course where they are given skills that will help them to be more employable. They work on their resumes. They get to visit different colleges. They have speakers come in from different industries and tell about their jobs and professions. We have licensed teachers at the Excel Center. 100% of our classroom core teachers are licensed in their areas. And we also provide special education and language learner support like the other public schools in the state. For a trick. Try there. All right. So this next slide, this slide tells about the impact that we're able to make at the Excel Center. 100% of our students have previously dropped out of high school and are in need of completing their high school diplomas. Nearly 90% are performing below the 9th grade skill level in math and reading, according to their iReady assessments when they come in. 84% are unemployed or underemployed, and more than 70% of our students receive public assistance when they enter our doors. I had shared with you earlier about 70% of our students are parents, and about 45% of those are single parents. So they do come to us with numerous challenges. However, because of after they acquire their high school diploma and graduate, within 6 months of graduation, they are able to turn things around, and 31% end up becoming the first graduates from their families. 84% of our graduates are pursuing college or post-secondary training within the 6 months of graduation. 64% of employed graduates report higher annual income since enrollment. 57% of employed graduates work for employers who offer benefits. And the average working hours of employed graduates is 40 hours per week, with an average of $14.62 per hour. 97% report that obtaining a high school diploma has provided better career opportunities for them. And 83% report a greater emphasis on education in their household. This is actually not one of our students. Due to FERPA, we're not going to share our personal students' information, However, we have created a profile similar to that you would see on our campus. So this is Erica. Erica is 34 years old, and in her household, it consists of 2 adults and 2 children, and she does not have her high school diploma, and she has attempted the GED. Her annual income right now is $3,777. She also depends on public assistance in the amount of almost $45,000. Upon graduation, she's now employed at 35 to 38 hours per week. She's eligible for employer-provided health care. She's enrolled in higher ed, and she now earns a starting income of approximately $28,000. Because of that, she no longer depends on public assistance as much as she did prior to enrolling and graduating from the Excel Center. As you can see on the slide, the impact here with her making approximately $24,000 and reducing the public assistance that she's dependent on by almost $38,000, the total impact is $61,777. And that's just for one student. On this next slide, we'll go over our goals for our mission and our goals for our graduates. The mission of the Excel Center is to provide adults with the opportunity and support to earn a high school diploma and begin post-secondary education while developing career paths in sectors of the local economy that offer better than average employment and growth opportunities. We've committed to the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education to meeting the following goals as a public charter school. 75% of graduates will earn 1 or more industry recognized credentials or concurrent college credits. 60% of students will average a 10-point gain in reading and math on the iReady assessments. 75% of our graduates will be employed or pursuing further education or training within 6 months of high school graduation. And 15% of average annual enrollment will graduate. And I'm going to turn things back over to Brian to share our plans.
Right, on our, right now, our performance, number of unique students, 229, and this is for the school year of 21-22. Number of graduates, we had 31 graduates graduate. Of those 229 students, some stayed with us, some dropped out, some came back. So we had we have a number of students that will not stay through for, it's a 5-week, excuse me, it's an 8-week session. And they go to school. There are 4 different sectors. So you've got 2 before lunch, 2 after lunch, 2 in the afternoon. They may be coming to school in the morning and working in the evenings. They may be coming to school in the morning because their spouse works mornings and they need, or works afternoons, and they need to be home for the children. Job placements. Of the students who responded to our request, 16 reported being placed, having a job, and 13 are enrolled in college or post-secondary placement. So 16 of our students have achieved the jobs and the employment that Joanna mentioned. Credentials earned through the academy. So at our facility, we also have a trade school that's licensed by the state, and we'll talk briefly about that in a minute, but they earned 27 credentials were earned by the graduates during their school year prior to graduation. We don't offer credentials to the students as they start, because what tends to happen is if they can get a credential, they'll get the credential. They don't get the diploma, and they go out and start working. So it's about bringing them to the end of that goal, which is, with us, it's the next step. And that step is get your high school diploma. The step after that is what's next? A job. We work on the ABCs of work: a job, a better job, and a career. And 34 certifications. As we go through, there we go. The 22-23 school year, the plan is the Excel Center, the Little Rock campus, getting to 350 students. Right now, we have, how many students in this term?
We have 81.
We have 81 students in this term. We're shooting for and working towards 350 students. We expanded our charter to allow that last October, and we're working towards that end. Springdale campus, 350 students in the Springdale campus. We're working right now to finalize the lease. One of the challenges that we have is the lack of facilities that are acceptable in the Northwest Corridor. It's very difficult to find a facility that is effective for the Excel Center. We're looking, and right now I received a text as we were on our tour regarding the lease. We're hoping to have the lease signed by the end of this week or the beginning of next week. We have to then go for a zoning change for the building. We would then, construction would happen October through December, and we would open in January of 2023 with hiring staff in October. They would work in conjunction with our school here to get up to speed on teaching in our curriculum. The Academy, which is our trade school, we have a trade school at our Little Rock campus. We would want to be operational in 2023 with the Springdale campus. So as we look at, and this is an eye chart, but it's in your, it should be in your agenda. This is the budget for the Little Rock School. And as you can see, you have the detail. As Stephanie mentioned, we have already received our funding for the first quarter. That was $666,000. We anticipate, because of the pushback on the start, that we will not have as large of a draw for the second, but we anticipate the remaining balance to be at 1.7, right at $1.7 million between now and the end of the school year. This is the second school in Northwest. You can see that the first quarter does not have any expenses. We start expenses in the second quarter, and this is the administrative support, the budget for the administrative support team. As we move forward, I'll ask Tammy to come up and provide a little insight on the Academy.
The Academy is our licensed trade school in the state of Arkansas. We focus on the top 6 industries in the state whenever we're looking at training for specific occupations. I've got those listed: healthcare, IT, construction, advanced manufacturing, business administration, transportation, distribution, and logistics. We currently have 15 training programs within the Academy, soon to be 20. And the one thing about the Academy is the tuition is either no cost at all, or it's a very low cost. Our curriculum is extremely condensed. A great example would be our welding. Our welding, training is 16 to 20 weeks. It depends on the progress of each student, and they can earn anywhere between 8 to 12 credentials in welding. This class is less than $3,800. Our typical student is non-traditional. They don't have a year to 2 years in order to get to work. They have a family, they have responsibilities, they gotta work. Our class, not only is it a condensed curriculum, we're very flexible. Welding program is Monday through Thursday. They can either choose a morning course or the afternoon course, because they still have bills to pay, they still have a family to take care of, so they can still work and they can still go to school. Our healthcare trainings have externship opportunities. We have partners with many healthcare facilities, with Baptists, with physicians' offices for our medical assistant and pharmacy. Once they complete their training, they'll have 2 weeks of externship. Thus far, those individuals who have completed an externship were hired by those individuals, by those clinics. And then, of course, post-training placement. We have wraparound services for all of our students. They come through the training, we're working with them. We are working with employers before we even implement a training program. Whenever the student has completed their training, they are going to work immediately. And Amy, she is going to be just one of our typical students that comes into the academy. And they can, 37 years old, but we've had them all the way up to about 65. 2 adults, 2 children. They do have a high school diploma or a GED. Annual income is about $8,900. I know that seems really low, but we have a non-traditional student. We have underemployed. One parent might be employed only part-time. The other parent is not employed, and they're taking care of the children at home. Public assistance, very similar to the Excel student, almost $45,000 in scores. Now, once an individual completes training in the academy, they go into employment full-time. They are eligible for employer-provided health care. And when we focus on trainings to offer, we only want to do those occupations that start at least $15 an hour. We want to ensure that they get everything, every opportunity to continue to grow. Our training programs are also part of career pathway. They're the entry level. So our welding program, they can go on and earn additional credentials. Our healthcare programs, they can go on from a CCNA and go up to LPN, RN insurance and continue growing. Public assistance is decreased with an impact, a positive of almost 23,000 in income, reducing almost 38,000 in public supports. Total impact is nearly 61,000 per student. Our reentry services. This is our 16-week paid job training program. This is our transitional employment opportunity program. Individuals who qualify for this program, maybe they just recently were released from being incarcerated. Maybe they have convictions on their background for many years ago, but they are facing challenges of becoming employed. They can come to us, enroll in our program. Individuals who, we all know the skill set for an individual to be successful in a public workplace is not the same skill set that they used when they were trying to survive in prison or survive on the street. That's all they've known. We teach them those soft skills. We teach them how to work with the public, working in an office setting, in a factory setting. We conduct barrier assessments. We teach them how to remove barriers versus wanting to bang their head against the barrier or have those powder keg moments where whenever we would have a conversation with one of our employees and it's just, constructive criticism, they would take it as disrespect or a different type of criticism and it could go south very quickly. We work with these individuals to create resumes and letters of explanation, as well as career planning and job search assistance. Tyler. We're looking at about 34 to 40-year-olds. They've been incarcerated. Most of them either do not have a GED or a high school diploma, 0 for their income because they can't get a job or they were just released from prison. They don't have a job yet. And the likelihood for them to recidivate is 55%. The cost to incarcerate is just over $20,000 per annually. Upon entering the program, these individuals will become employed of at least 32 hours. They can get up to 40 hours working and being in the program. They'll be able to have access to halfway houses or independent living. We will connect them. Starting annual income, almost $23,000. The really amazing thing about our TEO program, the recidivism rate of our TEO program is 5%. The annual cost to incarcerate per 100, those individuals who were not participants of TEO is 1.1 million, just over 1.1 million. A TEO graduate, 104,000. Impact, the positive income of nearly 23,000. Reducing the cost to of assistance, and then the total impact is almost 44,000. So, you know, I've talked about academy, I've talked about reentry. Our wraparound is our career services, and you'll notice it says to all employees and the public. We provide mission externally, but we also do it internally. So whatever we provide to the public, we are providing to our employees as well. Yes, we will work with those individuals. If they want to attend one of our trainings in the academy, we'll even pay for them to attend training. We just had one of our CDL drivers graduate the welding program. We know he's about to go and find a welding job. We're okay with that because he is improving his life, his home, and we're okay. And our focus is not on us, but on the individuals that work with us. And this, right now, we have approximately 7 employees, either in welding, certified medical assistant, or a certified pharmacy technician program. It's confidential. We offer career guidance, job placement. Each individual that comes through gets an individualized career and financial plan. We set goals, not only with their career professionally, but also financially. Any assistance that they need within their life, if they have a barrier, we'll work through those and we'll provide resources. We are currently in over 33 locations across the state. Our employees have access to a career navigator in every one of the store locations.
So as we go through this, our focus again is on education, training, and employment. We're working for the holistic wraparound approach. We saw that the impact life coaches were having on our Excel Center students. So we started with life coaches for all of our employees. We have over 1,000 employees across the state. So we started with life coaches. What we found with the life coaches it was a great step, but it wasn't where we needed to be. So then we expanded that group and brought in the career navigators. The career navigators now work with all employees, and about 22% of our employees fully engage with the career navigator. But they help them with, okay, where do I go from here? It is paid time when they're working with the career navigator. It is really about how do we move them forward and serve our mission. As you can see, our focus right now is 2 Excel Centers in operation for 2023. In 24 through 20 fiscal year, school year 24-25 and 25 through 27, 5 schools depending on sustainable supported funding. We're looking to work on changing and getting legislative approval and providing funding through the state. We think that is critical. We have nearly 300,000 Arkansans over the age of 18 without a high school diploma per the 2020 census. It's a concern. And as we move forward, I think it's going to be a bigger concern. Training, again, coupling our Excel Centers and our academies, our trade schools, partnering them up so that we put them across the state so that when someone is in the Excel Center, we walk them across the hall to the academy so that they go through the workforce training. And then employment, as Tammy mentioned, we've expanded our TEO. We had 22 TEOs in our reentry program. We've expanded to 100 slots across the state. We have those in 15 locations now. And we're really moving what we call an integrated mission approach. So we have integrated mission services. And then our opportunity accelerator implementation, 20 to 25 of those career navigators across the state to serve our employees. So thank you very much for your support of us, Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. I would like Melvin to come up and give you just a brief vision into what the Excel Center was like for Melvin, how he came to the Excel Center, which is a great part of it. But then what is the impact, and then your son.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by saying enrolling into the Excel Center program is probably the single most best decision I ever made in my life. The impact that it's had on me, I could talk about this all night. The life coaches and the relationships with the teachers and instructors that are there at the Excel Center, the lasting impact that it's had on me. Not just a diploma, but all the gifts that you get along the way, taking those courses, sitting in those seats, the growth that I had, the confidence that I had, the certifications, of course, the job, the career. I enrolled in college and then get this. Last month on the 21st, I was able to enroll my son in the University of Memphis. And I really feel like hadn't I done what I've done and enrolled in the Excel Center, and showed the importance of that, I probably could have lost them in there somewhere. It's one thing to be able to show them how to change a tire or, do something with some elbow grease. But the way my son looked at me when I could go in there and help him with algebra, and then it became a competition for us. So those are the kind of lasting impacts. I got another one for you guys. My youngest son, his name is Chesden, by the way. He was in the Excel Center drop-in for the children. Well, he's over at Eastland right now. And last year, out of about 800 students, I got an email, and I almost cried then. I get emotional about some of this stuff. He was student of the month out of about 800 students. And so all of those things that I got in coming to the Excel Center and getting that kind of education, when I came to Goodwill, I was looking for a job. And so that's ironic because look where I am now. I had just lost a job, 31-year-old guy, 3 sons. What am I gonna do? And I was lucky. Hey, my wife did me, and she kind of stuck by me and supported me through this whole thing. Just one of the best things I ever done. I do strongly believe that my time at the Excel Center, earning my diploma, I graduated with honors, by the way, in 2019. Earning my diploma at the Excel Center will have a lasting effect on my family for generations. What I'm gonna do, how we feel about education, how I feel about an education, and being a high school dropout, losing a job, in the back of your brain, in front of your brain, it's only so far you can go. I was at this ceiling, and when I even first heard that Goodwill, the Excel Center, gives you a second chance to get a high school diploma, I almost didn't hear it. It was just that to get a high school diploma, whatever. And it turned out to be true, and I was one of those guys that was feeling like, man, where was this 10 years ago? But I'm so proud that I did it. I was able to take full advantage of this program and earn a high school diploma. It impacted me so great. I went back to tell them, thank you, guys. I went back to tell the Excel Center, thank you for giving me back control of my life. And when I went back to tell them that, they hired me. And, so that was great. My life coach, it is true what they say about life coaches, even having a relationship with you after you graduate the program, walking across that stage, my mom in the audience, being able to graduate with honors. I didn't want to leave. And so I started my journey with them in 2017, and I am still here to help and give other guys just like me, young me, 30 and older, 19 and older, the same experience. I don't even know where I would be hadn't I enrolled in the Excel Center. Probably still looking for a better job on some other job, and now I have a career. And so one of the best things I ever did in my life was turn into Goodwill's parking lot over in Little Rock, Skyline. So
he came back to say, to talk with us. He did, he stayed in contact. We had him come in and he spoke with Senator Cotton. And he had Senator Cotton leaning in on the questions as he was talking about how it had impacted him. And it's like, we need that. So, any questions for the team regarding the Excel Center and what we're doing? Yes, Ms. Stacy.
First, the 15% graduate rate. is
Yes.
a little disappointing. Why is it so low, and what are you doing to increase that?
Joanne, you want to touch on why it's so low? Well, to start, there's a couple of things. One, they have to want it. The journey, and one of the conversations that Melvin has is you get more out of the journey than you do out of the end. So that is one of the challenges. When you look at 15% of our students, we have students coming to us that are coming in with testing into third grade. Their pathway is not going to be 15 weeks or 15 months to get out. Their pathway is much longer. The other is in the state of Arkansas, we have to value education. We need to make education important, and at times in places across the state it's not. So they have opportunities. It's keeping them engaged in the school. It's hard. It's very hard. It is with our graduation rate compared to, and I'm throwing Joanna on the spot, but compared to the other Excel centers.
I think ours is probably higher than the other Excel centers. The other thing that you have to keep in mind is we don't classify our students as freshmen, sophomore, juniors, seniors. And so, in a typical high school, who's graduating? For seniors, that's only a quarter of maybe a quarter of your student population. And so 15% is not that far off from what you can see in high school, thinking about your total. So our graduation rate is calculated differently. 15% of our total enrollment for the year. The other thing with the Excel Center that I've discovered in my short time there is not all of our students stay. Students who are traditional age students, they start 9th grade, and the expectation is for them to continue going to school until their senior year and until they graduate. Ours are not bound to the school. Sometimes they have life circumstances that cause them to not be able to stay in school that year. So they may be there for 2 terms, have to take off 2 terms because they've had something tragic happen with their children or some emergency situation, or they lost their job and they have to go back to work. And so our numbers look a little bit different, a lot different actually than what you see in a typical high school.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. I thought it was an 8-week session program to get a GED.
No, this is 8-week sessions. It's like summer school. We do 5 summer school sessions through the year. So it's 8 weeks. That 8 weeks, a student will take algebra or history, and it's earning their credits towards graduation. And they only gain the credit not by time in the seat, but by a mastery of the subject. They have to score 80% or higher. So it's an actual high school, transcripted high school diploma. We are a charter school. So we are bound and governed by the charter school network and by the basically the charter school rules and laws.
It does say 15% of average annual enrollment.
Yes. And if we look at Bryant School District, what a percent of the Bryant School District graduates every year? Not their high school, but their school district. We have people coming to us who can't read and write. And so they go through remediation to get them to that level. We have had students come to us with that we're testing in 3rd grade in reading. And so we have to build them from 3rd grade to senior. So it's not the typical path of I need to come in and I'm over age and under credit. I need 1 credit. I'm coming in and I dropped out of school. I was in class, but out of school. I wasn't mentally there. And those are the students we get.
So what percent do actually finish the program?
15% of the people enrolled of that is our graduation. So it's of the people enrolled, of that enrollment, correct?
I think what she's asking is for each individual who comes for whatever amount of time they come, what is that percentage of graduates?
That's 15. So we had 229, we had 31 graduates.
Okay,
So
I think
15%.
If they come for 3 or 4 years, to your point, that some of them start 3rd grade, what percentage of that 3 or 4 years you're going to be here to run high school?
That then the percentage goes higher, but we don't look at it that way. That's not how we're required to look at it by the Department of Ed. But that is something that we'll get that number.
I mean, I'm just thinking bang for our buck. If we're giving $3 million to Goodwill, what's the success rate of the money that's going?
Success rate, we can go back to that chart that shows the impact that each person that graduated. And that shows what the impact is for the 31 people and that's only for 1 year. When you look at that annually, then it's compounded because it's not just 1 year's impact that you're making a lifetime impact. As Melvin said, you're making an impact not only to that 1 year, but you're making an impact through their life. I think it may even be on my sheet.
Why is the cost to incarcerate more for non-TEO participants than?
Because 55% go back. Of the TEO participants, 5% go back. So that is the incarceration is out of 100, 55 will go back. Out of so 40, so that means 40 of them that would have gone back don't because they go through the TEO program. Because our recidivism is 5% versus 55%.
Ron, I think that in this room, while education is important and high school diplomas are definitely important, this group is really focused on
Workforce.
certifications, industry credentials, and at this point, you have about 15% that are getting a credential, but your goal is 75%.
Yes, it is.
So how will you make that sort of increase in industry?
We're expanding the number, great question, Stephanie. We're expanding the number of certifications that we offer. We're expanding again as we move students through, they go through, it's graduated students that get that because a lot of our certifications require a high school diploma. So it's not a student gets to go to the Excel Center. The ones that go through the academy, through our trade school, are graduates. So we work with them in the last session or 2 sessions, depending on which training they go through, so that we can launch them into those careers. If you look at that one student, while you say bang for the buck, lifetime impact to that student in wages have gone up by $1.1 million because they came into us at 34 and they start that trajectory. And that does not assume that they go to college. That does not assume that they get another certification. That's just starting where they come out and then 3% increase year over year for a merit increase. But that is $1 million per individual. Understand your concern. When we went forward and we came forward in 2015 and changed the law, we worked with Department of Ed and we looked at what does it take. Our board of directors stepped up and said, yes, we'll start this. We will fully fund it to prove that it works here. There are 33 schools in the US. Phoenix just got $18 million, I think, from their governor to launch the Excel Center in Arizona. Louisville, Kentucky Goodwill just got over $10 million to launch the Excel Center there because there have to be options. This isn't the only option. We believe that there have to be options for adults without a high school diploma, such that we have wage centers in some of our buildings. It's not the only option, it's an option. But it's coupling it with being able to take them by the hand over to the academy and say, okay, what do you want to do? Well, I want to be a pharmacist. Okay, go through our pharmacy tech program so that when you graduate, you get your diploma on Tuesday. On Friday, you get your certificate that requires a high school diploma.
Go back to that slide, because I know it's Stacy's referring to. It's the one that had more like Excel Center or SY.
Yes.
Obviously, I don't know how the department head defines that, but those are, with as well, I guess. It's a total amount of students. Is that correct in that form that you say? Yes.
Slide 10.
Slide 10.
9, I'm sorry. This slide?
I'm sorry.
So can you repeat the question?
All right. I think that what I heard Brian tell Stacy is he has to follow the charter school, the Department of Ed requirements for calculating the number of students and how many to graduate for a percent. And that if you had 100 students in 12 grades, you only have one group that's graduating. So is that what you're told?
Yes, and our students don't go through as a cohort. We don't go through as a cohort. We're not all seniors.
Right.
I'm on my own path, you're on your own path, Scott's on his path. So it's a different pathway. So some will take longer. Some can only go to one class. So out of a 8-hour day, and it's 4 days a week, they can only go to the first class of the day. And then, so their pathway is much longer because they may have to get 26 credits to graduate. They can't earn 26 credits in 1 year. They can't earn, they're only getting 1 credit or 2 credits every 5 weeks. Or every 8 weeks. And they only have that opportunity 5 times. So they're looking at, they can get 10 credits. It would take them 2.5 years. If they stay with it, it's a long journey. And that's part of the challenge.
You don't have first and second.
No, we don't. We have some people that read at 3rd grade, and we have them meet, they are enrolled and work with our special ed teachers and our instructors to get to the point where they're reading at 9th grade so they can earn high school credit.
Okay, so give us an example of somebody that comes in, an adult that comes in, they can read at 3rd grade level. How long does it take for that person to graduate?
It could be as short as 2 years.
Really?
It could be 10 years. It all depends on, are they in class every day? Are they making progress? That is the challenge, is because it's not, we're in 2nd grade together and we're going to move forward. And if we don't move forward, we're going to move back and we're only adding 1 year. If they get frustrated and their life coach can't pull them back in, then they may drop out and not come back for 2 years because they ran into that same wall over and over and couldn't get a full-time job, and then they come back. That's Scott, that's kind of how that
so are we
works.
using the wrong criteria to evaluate what you do?
It is very difficult to fit that into the model. So, yes, and go ahead.
Brian, these are students that they have, because they dropped out when they were in high school in their normal traditional age bracket of high school. They're already in, they're baked in the cake on grad rate from whatever cohort they were in, whatever school they were in at the time. So once they get past that certain age, that's not the same definition that Excel is looking at. They created, as part of their charter, their goals based on their model. It is a totally different model than any other schools we have in the state. So when you look at that 15%, it is, if you're trying to think of it in terms of what the neighbor, Southwest High School is looking at, it's not.
It's not apples. And that's the difficult part. That's why it's not fully funded. That's why there's not Excel centers in every state. We're working to do that. Goodwill, the Goodwill education, the group of Goodwills that are doing this and are funding it and are operating it. We're doing so in a manner that is different than any other school because it is a unique population that has been either passed by or there's a barrier in front of them. And so how do we deal with this? So it evolved. They opened the first school in 2010, and it evolved up until 2014 when the model really took hold. I visited the Indianapolis Goodwill walk-through schools and met a number of people just like Melvin. And it was, okay, bring it back and talk to our board. Our board stepped up and it was fully funding this from 2017 on. And the way the law is written, we have to put up $1 million a year just to operate. No matter how much funding we get from the state, we're on the hook for $1 million to operate Excel centers in the state. Part of that was because this is not a money-making endeavor. This is about changing lives. And that's why we do it. Great question. Yes, sir.
And I don't want to beat the dead horse, but perhaps, since Excel has got a number of campuses all the country, Excel ought to have a benchmark. Out of your total enrollment, that's a good point. How many graduate?
And
out of your total enrollment, how many drop out? And maybe,
we have
presenting that information to us would be.
Yes, Hugh, we have some of that. We have a study by Leo, Notre Dame has done a study on the Excel centers and how the Excel centers are impacting in graduation rates. And we can provide that Leo study for the board. And we'd be happy to do so. And when we look at putting five in our strategic plan, Goodwill's strategic plan is to work on continued funding that is sustainable, ongoing funding, and then having 5 schools in the state. We do have over 300,000 adults at or about, depending on which census data you look at. But there are nearly 300,000 adults in the state. The fear is, where are they going to be in 2030? Where are they going to be in what are the options and opportunities? We can't do it all alone, and we can't do it all with the tools that were available before we came up. We don't think this is the only solution. We think it's an effective solution for a portion of those adults.
Just for the board's information, so OSD committed $2.9 million in funding. It was for 57% of that goes to administrative staff, 37% goes to instructional staff, and 5% goes to instructional materials. All the M&L, all of these payments, all of that is funded through Brazil.
Yeah. Great questions. Appreciate the opportunity. Anything else? And would love to invite any one of you that would like to come tour the school and see what we do and how we make the sausage. You're more than welcome. We'd love to have you come out and see our space.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
All right. Moving forward, our next agenda item is from the Arkansas Correctional Education and their presentation in Tracy Dowling, Superintendent of the Arkansas Correctional School District.
Sure.
Please.
Most folks don't realize this, but about every year we put out about 10,000 offenders back into the state from our state prisons and community correctional centers. We're blessed to live in a state that, all things considered, has a booming and competitive economy. We have a problem in this state that we're all aware of. We've all talked about it this week and previously. We don't have enough applicants to meet the workforce needs of our state. One of the areas where we have got to do a better job about is tapping into the pool of potential applicants that are individuals that are being released from our state prisons and community correction centers. I cannot say enough good things about the work that Ms. Dow and her team and our superintendent of schools, Dr. Bill Glover, are doing to reimagine not just correctional education generally, but career and technical education within a carceral setting. So wanted to give them their kudos and really stress the importance of what we're doing. We don't want to release potential applicants for industry. We want to release qualified applicants. And that's so much of what Tracy is focused on, is making sure that our programs are industry driven and
Well, I'm Tracy Dow. I am the Deputy Superintendent of the Arkansas Correctional School District, and this is my 20th year with the district. I actually started out at the Grimes unit as a math teacher. I taught there for 12 years. That's a male facility. I moved over to the McPherson unit, which is the female facility in Newport, as the principal, and I've been at the central office for about a year and a half as the Deputy Superintendent. And I was promoted because we knew a year and a half ago that the school district was going to take over Career Tech. So what we're going to start with today is just a little bit of history about how correctional education came about in the prisons. And it actually started in 1968, just kind of informal. It was at the Tucker unit and the Cummins unit, and you had two local school districts, the England School District for Tucker and the Grady School District for Cummins, that provided night school services if the students wanted to participate. It wasn't anything mandatory. But that all changed in 1973 when Act 279 was passed, and it made a public school district inside Arkansas's prisons. It also made it to where students up to a certain education level were required to go to school. At that time, it was about a 4th grade level, but now it has progressed to where if you do not have a verifiable high school diploma or GED, then you have to go to school, or you're going to be at least on the waiting list until a position opens up for you to attend class. And the goal is for you to get a GED while you are incarcerated. Back in 1970, kind of like the night school at Cummins and at Tucker, they started some vocational training also, but it wasn't through anything offered by the prison. It was an outside agency, someone coming in offering some training, and that continued until 1985 when Riverside Votech was officially made the prison vocational school inside the walls. Back in 1973, whenever school became mandatory, of course, inmates were not happy about that, the ones that were required to go to school. So it didn't take long for inmates to do what inmates do, and that's file a lawsuit. And we had an inmate that felt that he should not be required to go to school. We shouldn't make him go to school, and that he had the constitutional right to remain ignorant. The federal courts ruled that number one, yes, we can make you go to school. And number two, you do not have a constitutional right to remain ignorant. Time progressed. In 2005, Riverside, which was a state agency, and Arkansas Public School were put underneath one umbrella. They still remain separate though, because we're dealing with the state agency in Riverside and Arkansas Public School, or Arkansas Correctional School, which is a public school setup. But we had one chief administrative officer that oversaw both sides of the umbrella, and that was Dr. Charles Allen. That continued until 2021, and that's when all the big changes took place. In 2021, Acts 493 and 497 were passed. 493 was really just a name change. It changed Arkansas Correctional School System to Arkansas Correctional School District, but most of the real change took place in Acts 497, and it expanded the reach of the school. Prior to Act 497, the school side could not provide services to anyone that had a high school diploma or a GED. We could only teach students that did not have a verifiable diploma. So it expanded our reach, it dissolved Career Tech into the school district, and it changed our names. Those were the main things that happened. So that's a very brief history of the school. And in Act 497, there were 4 main intents, but 2 of them I really want to point out to y'all, because that's one of the main reasons that I'm here today. Is the second intent says that the reason that 497 was passed was to align career and technical education for incarcerated persons with industry needs. In front of each of you, you should have a book that lists our curriculum that we offer. We want to be sure that what we're offering in our district meet the needs of the state. It also recognized the importance of coordinating with both the Division of Career and Technical Education and the Office of Skills Development. So we want all of your input. We want to know that we're doing what the state needs us to do, and we want approval of our programs. And the other thing was, like I said, to expand.
They may not all have it.
But you may not all have one, but if you have a curriculum guide, that's for you to take with you and look at in your spare time with your, wanting some really thrilling reading or something. But 497 made it possible for the school district to do things that they had not been able to do before. So what really changed? You know, with the name change, we went from a state agency to the school district, and that was pretty interesting. Whenever you have leave time that you have to roll into a school district, try to figure out how to pay out comp time, the change in insurance, there was all kinds of logistical type issues that we had to work through to make that happen, but it happened. We standardized some things with the career and technical education curriculum. Prior to July of 2021, we had say welding programs. We actually had 3 welding programs in the state. We had one at East Arkansas at Bricky's, we had one at Varner, and we had one at ORCU. The problem was they weren't using a consistent curriculum. They weren't using a consistent curriculum or skills checklist. They were not even calling the welding class the same thing. At one place, they might have called it combination welding. Somewhere else it was welding 1, somewhere else it was basic welding, and this information was entered into the electronic offender profile that we have and keep. So it's very hard to gather information. How many students gathered or graduated from welding? It has 3 different names. It was hard to put all that information together. So we standardized everything about the district. We reduced the number of hours prior to 2021 to get a basic welding certificate. It required 1,440 hours to complete. That is 8 hours a day for over a year for an inmate to get a basic welding certificate. We reduced those hours to 600. That number came about from us visiting with other career tech programs in different states, looking at curriculum that they use and picking a more reasonable number. About the highest we saw was about 720. So we thought 600 would be a good minimum number. That does not mean that students graduate whenever they get 600 hours. That's the minimum number. They still have to complete all their competencies, and it's pretty typical for a student to require about 700 to as many as 1,100 hours before they complete a program. You've got the curriculum guide there. New skills checklists were created, and we added a bunch of new programs. You know, it wasn't enough to make all these changes that we made with the curriculum. We wanted to add some new stuff to it also. One of the programs we added was agricultural equipment technician. That is a partnership with the farm at Cummins. The program works with Mr. David Faribault, who is the farm supervisor. You have a bunch of inmates at the farm that have a long sentence, but they are very knowledgeable. They work on GPS. They are diesel mechanics. They work on all the equipment. They know about fertilizer. They know all the stuff about farming, but they're not getting anything to show what they've learned while they've been incarcerated. So we developed a textbook, a workbook, and even some financial literacy for these inmates. They do the book work like as a correspondence. They do it in their own time. When they're finished, we pick it up. We have a skills checklist that Mr. Faribault works through. When they complete all of their skills, it gets turned back into us, and we provide the student with a certificate. We also added a short course called Building Trades Basics. This is like an introduction to all the construction trades. It's about 250 hours, and I would compare it to a high school basic ag mechanics class. It's like a tour through the shop. You do a little bit of electricity, a little bit of construction, a little bit with masonry, a little bit of welding. If they like what they're doing, they can continue on to a longer program, or in some instances, if we have an inmate that doesn't have very long until they're discharged from the unit, maybe that's all they have the time to get is a 250-hour course. We also have students, and Goodwill spoke to this also, that are not very high as far as their academic abilities. We have students that they do not have the academic ability to complete a course that has a very difficult rigor. So this course here is more basic. So if they can't do HVAC, which is very difficult for us, if they can't do that, maybe they can do basic building, or building trades basics. We added ICEV at East Central Arkansas Community Corrections. Community correction facilities are a little bit different. They are not as security minded. They're not as difficult to get into. The security is a little different. That was our first introduction to anything on the internet. And if anybody knows what a thin client is, I did not know till last year. Do y'all know what a thin client is? A thin client is the type of computer we use for the inmates to get on the internet. My boss has a very good description of what it is. He says it's a cell phone that knows how to dial one phone number. And all it does is call the server, and it only lets it go to the one location that we said it could go. In this case, ICEV, and we also have FutureBuild. So that was what changed for last year. And we had a good year, even with COVID, lots of restrictions. We had 204 inmates to complete one of our programs. That's either a 600-hour course, or in some instances like cosmetology, it's 1,500 hours. So 204 completions. We had 172 industry awarded certificates. That's things like MSSC, ServSafe, NCCER, and some of the certificates through ICEV. That's 376 total. We have about 200 students last year enrolled each month, and we served about 600 people last year. Now, one thing that's a little bit different what we do than what a traditional school would use, we are open entry and open exit. We have new students that show up about every week. We have students that leave about every week. They may go home because they were discharged. They may have been sent to SEG. They may have been transferred to another facility. They may be locked down because of COVID. But there's just a lot of disruption in a prison environment. And so we have to be very flexible about students coming in and exiting. For this year, we really had big ideas. We did a new curriculum guide, which you have. We are adding several new 600-hour programs. We have barbering and barber instructor coming on this fall. Heavy equipment operator. We have 2 CAT simulators at the Varner unit. That's a new program. We're adding computer science, coding, and cybersecurity that should start this fall also. We've added some short programs. Basic residential mechanics is a class that is almost like life skills. It's for inmates that don't have a lot of time, but want to learn some basics about how to manage equipment that you might have around your home. Teaches them how to check the fluids in a vehicle, how to put string on a weed eater, how to fix a flat or change a tire, how to sharpen a lawnmower blade. 250-hour class. We're also doing office basics. It's also a 250-hour class. This is for inmates that maybe don't have any computer or keyboarding skills. It works like a prerequisite for some of our other computer classes, but it's also for students that don't have maybe the academic ability to complete some of the longer programs, or if an inmate has a very short amount of time, that would be a good program for them to take. Pet care and management is a cooperation with the PAWS program. PAWS program. I'm sure y'all saw the dogs on that they have in the prison. This is a cooperation with them. And how it works is at each facility where they have the PAWS program, they have a trainer that comes in once a week. The inmates go to these training sessions and they get hours for that. Of course, their dog that they're in charge of, they have that dog with them almost all the time. They have to take care of grooming, feeding, basic health issues. So they have all these things that they have to do. They do their hours of on-the-job training with the dog. They do their professional training sessions. They complete the textbook, workbook, and financial literacy workbook that we provide and turn it in like correspondence. And once they do that, they'll get a certificate from us. Today, as a matter of fact, the first cohort at McPherson's receiving their certificates. So I'll be anxious to see those pictures. We have really increased our use of technology. We're doing thin client delivery of instructional materials. That's the ICEV. But we're also starting Sim Scholars. This is the curriculum that goes along with the CAT simulators. And Tinker is the platform that we're going to try for our new coding class. Since we haven't started it yet, we're not sure exactly how it's going to work, and we're praying it works the way we have it envisioned, but we'll let you know about December how that goes. We also do online testing using the thin clients. NCCER last August went to online testing only. So we've not been able to do any NCCER testing since the end of July last year. So we're going to be able to start that up again. And we also do the ICEV certifications. The most popular ones that we do in the prison are the Southwest Airlines Professional Communications and the Center for Financial Responsibility through the University of Texas. Those are the most popular ones. I have a whole list of programs that we offer and where they are offered. I'm not going to read those to you, but this is everything we offer at this time. And there's a key that tells which facility they're located. I can't really talk about the career tech though without the academic side because they are so closely intertwined. Over the past 48 years, I believe, we have had 26,500 students earn a GED while they were incarcerated in the state of Arkansas. Basically, how we do it is we have our levels split up into 4 different levels. Highest level is a GED, and you have to be about an 8.0 grade equivalent to be in a GED class. Pre-GED is 6.0 to about 7.9. Adult intermediate is 4.0 to 5.9, and adult basic is 3.9 and below. And our biggest waiting list is at the ABE level. That's where we have the greatest need. I'm sure that everyone in this room knows that the average grade equivalent of a person who's incarcerated compared to the grade equivalent of someone in the free world is much lower than what you would see. We also offer special ed. McPherson offers special ed. If you are a male incarcerated and you're under the age of 18, you're housed at the Randall L. Williams unit in Pine Bluff and you receive special education services there. If you're a male between the age of 18 and 21, you're at the Varner unit. We offer Title I, and this is the new one that came about with Act 497. We are now able, on the academic side of school, to offer remediation to career tech students and to students that are wanting to go to college. So we can do that through the school dyslexia screening and intervention, and we also do online, on-site GED ready testing and GED testing. All of our school principals are certified Pearson VUE examiners. All of our teachers are certified teachers in the state of Arkansas. So some things that people are kind of surprised about is that the correctional school district is a real Arkansas public school. We're very selective on the students that come in. You have to be an inmate before you can be one of our students, but we are a real public school. All certified staff are licensed. No, we're just 4 days a week. We're 4 days. All of our staff are licensed teachers. To teach in the school district, it doesn't matter where you're licensed. We have a lot of teachers that are elementary education, art education. We have band directors. My degree is actually in, or my licensure area is ag science and technology. So it doesn't matter. As long as you're a licensed teacher, then you can teach in the district. Pre-COVID, we awarded about 850 GEDs each year. 354 were awarded last school year. That was with restrictions in place for COVID, and the type of restrictions I'm talking about is, I'll use the McPherson unit. You've got really 18 barracks that you can pull from school, and during times when we're having a COVID outbreak, or if there was fear of one possibly, maybe only one barracks, which would be at the most 15 or 20 people could come to school at a time, possibly one housing unit, so much reduced numbers, but we still managed to get 354 GEDs. And we actually have a graduation ceremony in May. We didn't have one in 20 or 21, but we did have a graduation ceremony this year. And Secretary Key has been one of our speakers before. We've had, I guess, probably every governor since the school became a school has spoke. In my time there, we've had Mike Beebe, Mike Huckabee, Asa Hutchinson. We've had NATO Commander Wesley Clark has been one of our speakers. They play pomp and circumstance. The students come in, they shake people's hands, they play pomp and circumstance again, and they march back out. And at times when we can have guests into the prison, they're allowed to invite a couple of family members to attend their graduation ceremony. And it's pretty touching, just to be honest. This is a map of where we offer services. And I think right now there are 21 sites that we actually provide like GED testing. And if you look at the map, you'll notice that there's 2 different color stars. The yellow star is where we only offer academic services. The red star is where we offer career tech and academic services. And you notice that about all 4 corners of the state, we're offering something, and pretty heavy in the central part of the state. These are some numbers from the past years, just kind of a comparison of about the past 4 years. We had 2018, 2019, the last regular school year that we had. And I've got it broken down by career tech programs, industry awarded, and then our GT programs, how many certificates or how many awards were issued for each of those. This is a sample curriculum, just to give you somewhat sort of an idea of what it looks like. Y'all all have them in your books if you want to look at them a little closer. And we also have a skills checklist for each of our programs. These are the skills that the inmate has to complete before they're issued a certificate. On the last page, I know it's hard to see, but they actually do like each quarter, when they're about 150 hours in, they have like a conference with the student to make sure the student's on track. Y'all might not believe this, but we have some students that would rather be in a career tech program than go out and like work in the field squad or something like that. So we have some that want to play around and, kind of drag their feet and waste time so that they don't have to go to another prison job. So we have a conference with them at 150 hours, 300 hours, 450 hours, just to make sure they're on track and to let them know that if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, that's the reason to put them out of the program. All right, well, that was a lot, I know. But do y'all have any questions for me? Yes.
Can you tell us of the students that have gotten certificates, and then gotten, how many have gotten jobs versus the recipients?
A few years ago, it's about a year and a half ago, I actually did the study. I went through EOMIS. And you have to keep in mind that you're counting on other people to enter the information into the computer. But we definitely had programs that were better as far as is the inmate working in the field that they chose a career tech program. And actually cosmetology did pretty well with that. The students who actually went through the program, were able to get a license. We actually take them out and let them test. We pay for them to go out and take the actual test to be a licensed cosmetologist. But I would say, on average, I don't have it with me, probably 40% were working in the area that they completed. Now, all of those numbers are old Riverside numbers. They are not since it's changed over to Arkansas Correctional School District. But I would say about 40% were related to the field that they completed in.
What about recidivism?
Well, it depends on how you want to look at recidivism, but the state defines it as 3 years.
We do a 3-year recidivism cohort, so our current one is for we're working on 2018 cohort now, so we won't actually see the impact of the program that Val has articulated until we start looking at reporting in 2025. We have to do that 3 years.
Historically, you see a lower rate for people who have gone through these
steps. So if you give them a GED, bumps up their success rate. Then if you stack a opportunity for them to market themselves, you almost get it down to nothing. Whether that's college, or we've got 2-year partnerships with multiple schools around the state, or with career tech education, if they can get a job that provides for themselves and for their families, whether it's that 40% that stay in this trade area, or they simply learn that they need to work and show up.
Anyone else?
Trustee, does the correction system have services to help them once they get out, to connect them with industry partners and then go into that job? Or is that not part of it?
It's not a part of of us. You know, like whenever you talk about the Department of Corrections, you've got several different parts, like, you know, we're the school district side. You've got the Division of Correction, Division of Community Correction, you've got the parole board. So you've got all these different components. And once someone is released, if they go flat, which means that they spend every bit of their time while they were in prison, they're not on parole. Whenever they leave, they've left, then there's not really a lot that you could do. If they are on parole, though, there are services that are offered through the probation and parole. One thing though that I would really appreciate, because we do want to offer programs that the state feels that there is a need for, and we also have to be mindful about what we can actually do in a prison. You know, toward this beautiful facility today, if it's medical, it's off the table. We cannot do anything medical. But if you have any recommendations, if you look through our course curriculum and you have ideas on how something might be made better, if you would please let me know, we would really appreciate that.
Keep in mind, Act 497.
Yes.
Requires an advisory committee, and so this board can act as an advisory committee. Yes.
Do you get your curriculum from the department?
As far as the career tech curriculum or the academic, we create our own. It is based on, of course, I mean, the GED is kind of set with the Common Core, but each facility, based on how many teachers you have, for example, McPherson has 4 teachers. Grimes unit has 6 teachers. So what is taught at each level is going to vary based upon where you're located. I gave you an example of like GED being 8.0 to 12.9. Well, in some places, GED might be 6.0 to 12.9, and then they have a middle group that is 4.0 to 6.0, and then you have a lower group. So it has to flex quite a bit based on the differences in the different units and how many teachers you have and what your population is. We have some units where the population is much older, people who have a life sentence in a long time, you know, they've been there a long time already, and they're probably not going to get a GED. They're probably very low functioning and have, you know, basically been at the same level for the entire time. If you're at a unit that has a population like that, what school looks like is going to be different. It's going to focus on reading, probably some dyslexia. If you have a student that, or a prison that has a younger population that has a lot of turnover, where students come in for a short amount of time, usually those students are higher level, so you're going to have a focus on the GED subjects, which would be math, reasoning through the language arts, which is some grammar, some reading, some writing, science, and social studies. So it's going to really depend upon your population on what is taught. But we are strictly GED. We are not a credit recovery or anything like that. So we cover what is required to pass the GED test in school. Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward to agenda item 5, which is the Forward Arkansas presentation. And
I think part of this is going to be remote, and then we have some folks in the room, so you can come up and introduce yourself.
Okay. What we got was PDF.
That'd be great.
So let's see. Are they, have they joined?
They,
I don't.
have a link, I think they're transitioning.
Emily Wiseman?
That's right.
Let's see. I see see her there. Let's see. Sorry.
No problem.
It's all right. I'm just trying to find. There's Emily. And there's Kelly O'Keefe and all of these people.
All those folks.
I don't know how to show. But they'll have to, are they going to, they'll have to share their, do they have a presentation? Do they have?
They do.
So they'll have to project it and share their screens. Because I don't have it. The only thing I have is that one you sent out.
Okay.
And it's a working draft. It was,
Sure, they'll present, they would present, it's that same one.
okay, so.
Either they.
So you're gonna turn it over.
Or you share this.
I mean, we can pull it up, but when I pull it up, that PDF,
They would just talk over the screen
that's what I have to do.
if you share. It's the same presentation.
Yeah,
Yeah, they would
but
just-
except it's not a PowerPoint. And when I mean, they won't.
I just confirm with them, they can share.
Okay.
So that's your perspective.
I'm not quite sure. Sure, will do.
Does one of them have the final? You would just share the one, then they could all just talk over the one. I just have one share.
But we have it. I'm kind of confused. I mean, I don't know how each one of them, how we're gonna see each one.
It should just be one, if I understand right, it's just one presentation. They just each have different
So
parts.
they're gonna, but they are all unmuted. No, Emily's not. Now she is.
We'll just be able to hear them.
Okay, not see them. Got it. Okay. That works. That works. All right, let me see all of them that are there. All right, Kelly O'Keefe, who's going, when they get ready to talk, they'll have to unmute themselves. Okay, so we'll start with you. I mean, I can have the presentation up. And I mean, and I can, and you can advance with this. So, I mean, that will work if that works okay for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do full screen mode and well, if that one, if we can't handle it, ask if that, can you hear us?
Phil, Kelly?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Can you see our screen? I'm going to share it.
Okay, we can't see it yet, but if you can share it, that'd be great.
Share the screen first. It's that. Now can you see it?
Yes,
We can see the document, yep.
Thank you, great. He has a clicker so he can progress through there, okay?
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. First off, thank you so much for having us and building us into the agenda today. We really, really appreciate it. My name is Ben Casillo. I am the Executive Director of Forward Arkansas. And I've been the Executive Director for the last 2 years. Hard to believe that it's been that long already. For folks that may not be aware of Forward, I just wanted to give a brief introduction of who we are and then set up the discussion for today. So Forward is a statewide education nonprofit organization. We were founded in 2015 through kind of a collaboration between the Winthrop Rockefeller Foundation out of Little Rock and the Walton Family Foundation. And I know some of the folks in this room were kind of instrumental and played a big role in that initial process that led to Forward Arkansas's founding. Our mission is to ensure that every Arkansas student has access to and is prepared for opportunities in career and in life. And so the work that we do three primary things. So we work as a strategic partner and resource to state leaders and others in the state, focusing on education. We work directly in communities, so supporting communities throughout the state to set transformative visions and provide resources and support to help them reach those visions. And then the last thing that we do is really as a resource to inform education policy, act as a resource to inform education policy in the state. And we focus those efforts on three primary priorities, which are up on the screen in front of you here. One is student learning and really transforming student learning with a focus on every student, again, being prepared for life and career. In order to do that, we have to have, every student has to have access to great educators, great principals. And so that is our second priority, really looking at that from sourcing and recruiting through the entire continuum for educators. And then the third is really around policies and systems, and creating equitable policies and systems. And I mentioned in 2015, when Forward was founded, there was a statewide engagement process and a report that culminated from that process, really to assess kind of where the state was from an education perspective and lay out priorities for the next 5 to 7 years. And really that report is what led to the creation of Forward. Now, 7 years later, we, and in close partnership with Dr. Pfeffer and Secretary Key and other folks at the Department of Education, we really identified this point in time, especially in the wake of COVID, as being a critical time and an opportune time to kind of relaunch this process, whereby we would first gather quantitative data, but also gather input from as many Arkansans as possible in communities, educators, folks in schools, state leaders, really to do three things. First, to identify, elevate, understand progress that's been made and the foundational pieces that have been put in place since that first report was issued in 2015. But also honestly and accurately lay out where we currently are as a state in education. And then third, really identify or propose based on both quantitative data and also input from across the state, what we feel are the highest impact investments, the highest impact priorities that we can make as a state for the next 5 years to really accelerate progress in education in the state. And again, probably over a year ago, came to Dr. Pfeffer and Secretary Key and talked to them about this idea. And so we're partnering with them on this initiative, working really closely. And so I laid out these objectives. To conduct this project, we're helping coordinate it, again, with the support, or we're kind of coordinating it with the support of the Department of Education. But we also engaged a consulting firm called the EY Parthenon Group. So if you've heard of the firm Ernst & Young, this is the strategic kind of consulting arm of Ernst & Young. So it's one of the biggest consulting firms in the country. And these folks have a ton of experience in this area, and so they're really supporting it. The last thing I'll say before I hand it over to them is that we kind of believed from the beginning of this iteration, this project, that in order to really kind of build momentum, engagement, and kind of alignment across sectors around kind of the most critical education priorities, we had to engage the business community from the beginning and throughout. And so many of our efforts are focused there. That's part of why we're here today, too. And thus far, we've probably engaged 3,000 folks in one way or another through surveys, focus groups, in-person sessions, and community sessions in really every part of the state. So we've gotten a lot of input so far. So today, what we're planning to do is, again, lay out this project, but also share from the data, from the input that we received, what we've learned thus far, and what we see as the emerging kind of themes and priorities coming out of the early part of this study. And the goal here is really to get your feedback on the project overall, but again, on some of the priorities that we see emerging. So if there's any questions about Forward or the project overall, I'm happy to answer those. And I can pause there for a second. Otherwise, we can dive right in. All right, great. So I'm going to pass it over to the folks on the phone here. And they can introduce themselves, and then they'll run us through kind of these early.
Thank you, Ben. It's nice to see some of you on screen, and I see a number of others on the line. My name is Phil Vaccaro. I'm a partner at EY Parthenon in our education strategy practice, and I'm joined by two of my colleagues, Kelly O'Keefe and Emily Wiseman. We are part of the team that has been working on this project for several months now, and working very closely with Ben and his colleagues at Forward Arkansas. Just so to give a little bit of context, as Ben mentioned, we are a strategy consulting organization within the broader Ernst & Young family. Kelly and I are both former math teachers. I was a high school math teacher in the New York City school system, and then worked for the school district under Mayor Bloomberg and Chancellor Klein. And Kelly taught in the Baltimore school system. And Emily is our resident PhD in education. So we have hopefully some relevant experience that we bring to the table as part of this work. We do strategy work for a number of different kinds of organizations within education, ranging from nonprofits to foundations to school operators, districts, states, and so forth. As we sought to take on this work and meet the objectives that Ben just described, we wanted to try to come up with something that was practical and pragmatic and based in evidence, or grounded in evidence, and where we could point to examples within the state or within other states of work that's being done well, so that we know that the work that we are proposing, or the initiatives that we are proposing in collaboration with the Forward team, are ones that reflect leading practice, are evidence-based, and where we've seen implemented well in other areas. So, I think that a lot of organizations come up with strategic plans, and certainly they are very important. The implementation will clearly matter a lot. But one of the approaches that we've tried to take here is to ground the strategies in the journey of a student as that student progresses from early childhood through the K-12 system and then into a post-secondary pathway. And so when we used to talk about the goalposts in education, it was very much focused around graduation, high school graduation. Then it became about career and college readiness. Then it became sort of college persistence and graduation. And now it's more being framed in terms of economic and social mobility. And so what some of the work that we're going to describe, or some of the recommendations we're going to describe toward the end, are very much focused on some of the gates that are aligned to the student's education journey and how they are connected to what those students will need to stay on an upwardly mobile trajectory. So Kelly's going to take us through the details of the process and some of the analysis that we've done in the Arkansas context as we sort of lay the groundwork for the strategies that that may come out of this work. So turn it over to Kelly.
Great. Thanks, Fallon. Thanks everyone for letting us join and share some of this work with you. First place to start is this page, and I know Ben alluded to some of this, but this work is really supported by robust stakeholder engagement. And so, left-hand side shows all the different types of engagement that's been completed to date, from one-on-one conversations to virtual and in-person focus groups, to a survey that we will talk through some feedback and share with you. But, engaged upwards of 2,000 Arkansans at this point. On the right-hand side is this engagement is still ongoing. And so there's a number of conversations, town hall sessions, focus groups coming forward. Your partnership and partnership with many other groups is what's helping kind of all of this really reflect the feedback of as many Arkansans as possible. And so want to start sharing some key findings, but all of this is really supported by this robust engagement. So we can jump to the next page here just to see, before we really dive into the feedback, this is a view of kind of who we have surveyed through the survey mechanism. So this is still in the field, and we'll share with you opportunities for folks to get involved and take this survey, but we're north of 2,000 responses now. And it's really a wide smattering of folks across the state. So left-hand side here shows you kind of who we've surveyed, from educators to parents, students, school district leaders, community members, the region that they're from in the state. And then the final bar there is kind of the proxy for the level of poverty, or the free and reduced price lunch percentage in the districts that we are surveying. And so really happy about kind of the representative sample that we're getting and the feedback that we're going to be able to share with you and more broadly with the state. So to jump into some of these key findings, we really want to start here by sharing, the sentiments towards education in Arkansas are positive. What you see here in these first two lines, 90% almost of Arkansans agree that education has benefits to quality of life, and 90% see education as, creating good citizens and strengthening the economy. And so the value here is very strong. Some other, statistics, 72% see their school community as a safe place to teach and learn. Almost 70% would recommend their school or district to others. And about 60% agree that communities are strong supporters of schools. So while those three statistics do demonstrate opportunities to grow, there's a flip side to the 72%, 67%, 59% that don't agree. It does also show that there's a strong base of support for education across the state. And so definitely a place to grow and learn from as we start to really dig into student performance and some findings. So if we jump to the next page, we can start to really talk about some of the student data that we want to bring to life as part of this process. And really what it starts to show is, student achievement in the state is lower. And so the left-hand side here shows the share of students who meet or exceed expectations in literacy on their state assessment. And across the board, we're just shy of 50%. And you see in the colored bars substantial gaps based on student race, ethnicity, levels of income or economic status, English learner status, and students with disabilities. And then on the right-hand side, you do start to see how that average of 45% has trended during the pandemic. We did see a drop and we're starting to recover. But just to level set, where the state is with achievement, as you all probably know, it is relatively low across the state and across all subgroups. And on the next page, we want to start to talk a little bit about kind of what does that mean for students as they leave the system? Arkansas has a relatively high graduation rate, around 80 to 90%, or closer to 90% high school graduation rate across the state. But this analysis here, we wanted to look at, how students are prepared when they are graduating. Based on the data we just showed you, where just about half of students were proficient in literacy. So we looked at 2015 NAEP reading scores compared to 2019 four-year graduation rates. So thinking about the 8th grade cohort graduating 4 years later. And what this chart shows you is that, if 88% of Arkansans graduated high school in 2019, only 27% of those students were proficient on their 8th grade assessment, which creates a 61 percentage point difference, which is what's highlighted in that blue bar, between graduation and proficiency. And so that's, the 5th highest when we looked across all states in the country. Arkansas falls just below Alabama, Mississippi, West Virginia, and Texas. What it means practically is that, if 9 Arkansans are graduating high school, only 3 of them have demonstrated proficiency in literacy upon graduation. And so really kind of just highlights the need to think a little bit differently about education in the state and really elevate kind of what could change to make this, 9 or 10 out of 10 Arkansans are graduating, and all of them have demonstrated this proficiency. So if we jump to the next slide, we start to get into some of the, survey data and what we're hearing from Arkansans. And so, we asked folks, what topics do you think need to be addressed in a plan for improving education in the state? We asked them to rank their top 3. What we're showing you here is the top 10 that came out of that feedback. And, it's some things that were really, could be really impactful and we would like to see highlighted in a report moving forward. The highest one here is teacher compensation. We know that this is a big conversation across the state, and you also see, teacher shortages and recruitment are to the right here. And so teachers are, and supporting teachers is a big focus. Then you see some components of the student experience, college and career preparation, academic supports. And, the next thing that does come up is effective funding. And we see that in our conversations related to some of the challenges associated with some smaller districts in the state. Other things that are rising to the top in this top 10, student health supports, particularly in light of COVID. And as we think about student safety concerns as well. High quality instructional materials, high quality facilities, use of technology. So making sure students have the resources they need to learn. And then we also see parent and family engagement as kind of the areas that when we ask folks through the survey mechanism, at least, they are, sharing back with us as areas to focus on in any sort of strategic plan or report moving forward. So if we jump to the next slide, wanted to also, as we talk about challenges, also talk about things that are going well in the state and that we're hearing about. And so to highlight those, there are a few things that we've heard a lot of positive feedback on. The first being the Reading Initiative for Student Success, or RISE. Data shows that students in RISE Award School saw literacy proficiency gains that were 5 times that of students in non-RISE schools over the 2015 to 19 period. Feedback on, professional learning communities and some professional development across the state is positive. And we're also seeing really strong gains among students who are enrolled in CTE programs. Like we said, the graduation rate in the state is high, but it's even higher for students who are enrolled in CTE. And while we just talked about how that might mask some challenges with proficiency, you do see students with CTE just having more successes. They're likely also more engaged in school, have higher attendance. And so, the feedback that we've heard and the data that we're seeing is also really positive. the other piece worth highlighting here as a positive across the state are the feelings of school community. We've heard a number of times and pulled out one quote on this page, but students' families really like their school community. They see it as family friendly, inclusive. Teachers are supportive and kind, and so also want to make sure that that is shared more broadly. We compared some of this feedback, particularly around satisfaction, to the work Ben mentioned that was done in 2015, and you are seeing a very slightly more positive sentiment, about 5 or so percentage points higher. Within the margin of error, and the survey is still in the field, but definitely worth noting that we are seeing, the same or if not slightly, more positive sentiments towards education now than a few years ago. So definitely things worth celebrating, even in light of some of the student achievement data that we just shared. I think there's one more page in this key findings section, and then I can pause. And it's another just set of, positive things that we do want to highlight and make sure are part of any sort of narrative to really spur change. And that is that the state does have a lot of assets to drive change in K-12 and post-secondary education. The first of which is that it's a manageable size and scale. There's about 1,000 schools in Arkansas. And so while, that's not tiny, it's not, a massive effort as well. And so it really makes it a place where you can drive change and impact at the scale across the state. There's a number of corporate community assets that support K-12 that, could be leveraged in this effort. State leaders have a desire to support education across the state and, are involved in this report process itself. And, communities are eager to support, as demonstrated by all of the stakeholder engagement to date through this project, but also, through a number of other avenues and opportunities. Before we move on to the opportunities themselves, I can pause here. I know that was a lot of data and findings, and see if there are any questions, reactions, reflections, or anything, Ben, that you'd like to add.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You've gone over here. Do you find that your survey is heavily biased to an educator?
So I think.
Just given that 40% are educators, school administrators, it's like 10%, non-teaching staff member, regional leaders, you probably have 60% of the respondents working in education communities. So I'm not surprised that teacher compensation went one.
Sure. And also, this survey came out right as those discussions were happening at the state.
So
yep.
You got a discount that. Right?
To some degree, I think that is true. We've also, so I think a lot of our early engagement was focused on educators and folks in schools who are a really key stakeholder group. We have, the survey is going to be open still for another close to 2 months. And also, we've launched very extensive kind of community engagement component of this. So now we'll be hosting 35 to 40 in-person community sessions in every part of the state, working with local partners. We've also kind of shifted we have a targeted social media campaign, again, to get the survey out to more folks. We're targeting that more towards students, families, parents. And so we expect, though we're probably over-indexed on educators at the moment, we expect that to shift. We do expect that to shift. But actually, the one point I'll say is that in some of those community meetings in really every part of the state, so we've held close to 20 so far, in the Delta, in other places throughout the state, the audience is parents, families, not educators. They still elevate they do elevate educator compensation as a core issue.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's not important.
Sure.
But I do think it is important. I just think that given the overabundance of education, science, and survey,
Yeah. Absolutely, I think we will,
Keep on the data.
yes,
Down to the school.
yes, and we will take that into account as this is still early and as we, shape the final report recommendations, we'll certainly take that into account. Anything else? Any other thoughts or questions?
Great.
Now you want to keep going?
Yeah, we can keep going through. Thank you. And definitely, as we get into this part, definitely ask any questions that y'all have. Want to make sure that this is, we're getting your reactions and feedback here. But so shared a number of, data slides and sets of findings that we're, working off of. From there, we do want to start to consider, what are the opportunities for the state moving forward? What could some of those recommendations or considerations be as you kind of move into the, next phase? And so we wanted to put forth first kind of a set of principles that we're building off of as we think about those opportunities and recommendations. And there are a few of them here, and we can talk through them. But the first is that it really centers around an ambitious goal for improvement. You want to really galvanize, people behind something that's exciting, that is, empowering and drives people towards a common goal. Could be inside education or, maybe even more broad than just education itself and really involve, stakeholders across the state to which education is a component. Second here would be, we want to make sure that it promotes equitable access for all students to many of those, student subgroup and equity gaps that we shared in prior pages. Want to make sure that, students across race, socioeconomic status, ability, geography are able to, access equal opportunities and educational experiences. The third one, and this is really important as we start to think through kind of what rises to the top for some of these recommendations, is that we're really emphasizing the most critical areas for change to really make the set of recommendations and opportunities that are put forward manageable for, stakeholders, the state, forward, anyone else kind of involved in this process to take up it and move forward to drive change. The next one here, relatedly, is that it provides tactical examples and tangible next steps to make it so that the recommendations are not just recommendations, but things that groups could act on and carry forward. And then the last piece, and we've spent a lot of time talking about this already, is that it really reflects the engagement, feedback, and opinions of all Arkansans. Can pause here and see, how that resonates with everyone, or if there's any questions.
Yeah, sorry, please go.
Yeah, step focus on equitable access for all students. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, I think as we think about a lot of the priorities or the emerging priorities that we'll lay out or that you'll see here from the data are really what we're seeing as this is what every student needs to have access to and be prepared for opportunities after high school or in career. And so just a guiding principle of this report is that we want to make sure every student, regardless of where they live, regardless of their circumstances, receives that same experience or has those opportunities, those same opportunities.
Are you telling us that they don't?
Currently?
Yes.
I would say that is the case in some.
That's the state law.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm familiar with the social calls on the education. You're addressing the educational matters of facilities. So you're telling me that we have schools that don't have the same educational adequacy in some areas that we do.
So an example would be, so when we look at Forward Arkansas has done a lot of work in areas of like teacher pipeline, right? So there are districts, communities throughout the state that they don't have enough certified teachers to staff their classrooms in the buildings. Whereas in other parts of the state, they do, and they have more applicants than positions. So that would be an area we want to focus on addressing, thinking about how we get good teachers, in those places as well. And thinking about, and we're doing a lot of that work, and the department is doing a lot of that already, and putting those pieces in place. But that would be an area where I think there are differences across the state as to the experience that students are getting. The one last point I want to emphasize here is I don't think we're suggesting that this report is going to be exhaustive of everything that needs to happen or everything students need. In some ways, it will be a starting point. It's a starting point. It's also highlighting, based on the data, based on feedback, what the, based on examples from other places across the country, what the highest potential impact investments or priorities could be the next 5 years.
Great. Thanks, Ben. I think the last piece we wanted to, talk through here is those, areas that are rising to the top as we start to think about the opportunities. And I can talk through each of these in turn, but like Ben said, we're really trying to create, the highest leverage, first priority list of things that we would want to make sure that everyone is focused on. The first, is early childhood education. So this first column here on the left-hand side really relates to the student milestones that Phil talked about at the beginning. Kind of what are the things that as students move through their journey, you want to make sure all students, have or have access to. So the first being, high quality early childhood education across the state. The second would really be an emphasis on early literacy. So literacy across the board, but really thinking about how critical it is for students to, be able to read by 3rd grade so they can transition from learning to read to reading to learn. And there's, we talked about RISE, but plenty of great work going on in the state related to that, but also, a number of neighboring states that have made a ton of progress. And so what can we learn from them? The third here is really focusing on, so alongside, academic skills and early literacy is what are those 21st century and durable skills that students need to pick up throughout their educational experience so that they can be, strong and productive members of society when they graduate, whether that is workforce, whether that's post-secondary, whether that's in the military. What are some of those more intangible skills? So we're thinking here about leadership, growth mindset, communication, timeliness, all of those things that you want to make sure that students have kind of picked up throughout their journey. And then the fourth kind of student experience that we would want to talk about would be some of the CTE and early college pathways. And there is no shortage of great things to highlight going on in the state in this area, but making sure, all students have access to those experiences to really make their learning tangible and provide them with, transition from from secondary to kind of the world after high school. So those are kind of the 4 things rising to the top on the student side. This other column are the, 4 additional things that we see as really foundational to making sure all of that happens. The first here is, student health, wellness, and safety, especially, in light of COVID. The next one here, to all of kind of the comments around, teacher compensation is not only teacher, but teacher and school leader talent, and making sure that there are effective, pipelines, programs, and associated retention mechanisms to make sure that, all students have access to really high quality teachers and school leaders. The next one is just considering different district sizes and contexts, and that, opportunities in some of our more rural or smaller communities might look different than some of the, larger and more urban communities, and thinking about those appropriately. And then the last piece is really thinking about, to everything we've said about the assets of the state, the role that the community can play in education. And this isn't just parents and families, but thinking more broadly about community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, the business community, and many others, and what their role is in driving some of this change and supporting their students. So I will pause there. Would love to get your reactions, reflections on kind of the set of things that we are seeing come out of the research that we might see as, some of those highest leverage opportunities moving forward.
Any thoughts or feedback or questions? Just to reiterate. So on the left are really those kind of student-centered priorities about the experience, the experience that what kind of students need to be ready. And then on the right-hand side, 5.3 are really those foundational conditions. So if we expect students to excel in those areas on the left, 5.3 really need to be in place.
Are they in order of priority or just 8 areas?
I would say the first 4 are just 4 in order of a student's progression through the continuum as a student, right? So early childhood and early literacy. I mean, literacy throughout K-12, but certainly grade 3 is a very important marker. 21st century durable skills in addition to core academic skills, that being important through K-12. And then as students start to get into middle and high school, really those CTE and early college pathways. So that's how those are prioritized. And on the right-hand side, I would say not really anything prioritized.
Question on your community surveys, how are you distributing the opportunity, the information and the opportunity to participate in those?
Through every channel we possibly can. But so we have, so through every partner network essentially. So through the Department of Education, through community leaders, community organizations, other education organizations in the state, including the Educators Association, the Administrators Association. When we go to community meetings, we're sharing, distributing that out as well. And then finally, we do have a paid targeted social media campaign. So on social media, through Facebook, other platforms, we're distributing the opportunity to participate in the survey and also other opportunities. And we have a kind of a landing page where folks can find those other opportunities too.
I want to thank Chambers of Commerce.
So I forgot to mention that we have been working with Randy Silk, and so we'll be hosting on the 29th an event through the Chamber of Commerce for that, where I think chamber members throughout the state were invited to participate, and also the survey went out to all chambers too, through the state chamber. Any other questions?
I've got a lot of questions, I guess, but I'll not into all of them, but I guess maybe a comment. And I appreciate the work that Ford is doing. I've seen reports like this for the past 20 years with similar recommendations. So why is this different?
Yeah. No, I think it's a good point. I think it's, I think the level of engagement and stakeholder engagement input and who we're engaging I think we're really trying to be, reach down into communities, not to say that other efforts haven't or don't. We're also, trying to hit the business community and others really significantly. And then to your point, a report in and of itself won't do a whole lot, doesn't do a whole lot. It's what we do after that. And the call to action that we put in this report, and how we continue to engage folks and how quickly we follow up and act on what is in this report. And I know, that's what Forward is here to do. I know the department, other folks are committed to that. We're trying to build awareness, engagement, energy, but it's what we do after the report.
I have one more question. When you finally collect, shut off, collected the data, can you segregate the students, the community, and the parents from the teachers and the education?
Sure, we can cut the data.
We can do that?
Yeah.
You said what I just leaned over to Mr. Knight, is that this can't be the same type of report. From our perspective, it's not intended. We have to get down to we have to get to a different level of understanding of what we need in the state. And Ben can tell you, I kept going back to Ivy and say, Ivy, this study has to look at where we were in 2015 with the original Forward study. Because we made progress in this, for this to be a report that says, oh, we need to do all these other things, would have ignored the progress we made since 2015. So that's, look at the slide that had the, I guess it's the next slide, man. Yeah, that one. Statewide report released this fall to document progress made over the last 6 years, and recognizing that progress has been made, just to keep us from repeating the same conversations of the last 2 years.
Yeah, part of my challenge is, and you have to do this in this presentation for us, these are averages. The numbers are averages, and averages just mask so many issues. And, peeling that onion to the next layer, keep peeling the onion until you get down to, a classroom in a building in a district in a certain part of the state to solve problems. That's what you got to do to solve problems. It's just hard to pick these 8 things and say, okay, how do we best target early childhood education, our approach across the state, from a state policy perspective, it certainly doesn't have to by law, but how do you really intensify specific areas of focus based on the data in certain areas of the state? We can do it.
Which examples, we think of poverty, the impact poverty has on education. There are instantly areas of the state our mind goes. But last week we were in Bentonville, and one thinks of Bentonville as, wow, look at there's all money and everything. Dr. Debbie Jones said she has 4,000 students in the Bentonville district that are considered poverty. 4,000 students. That population within that district is a larger population than probably 75% of districts in the state. So the concentrations in the context are different. You start asking about that, so it make me nervous, Scott.
Well,
but the point is that we're not making any. I don't think Ben is making any conclusions here in this report, we do see impacts of the policy that impacts Act 1240. 2015, for instance. And we have teachers, when Act 1240 was passed, that allows the state board waivers for districts to hire underprepared, teachers, people who don't have a license, to teach things. And we saw a great example today of people who came out of industry who are teaching and they're doing a great job. That can happen under Act 1240. But here's what else is happening under Act 1240. To Ben's point, we have Act 1240 teachers in elementary schools trying to teach reading. Just second, third, fourth. Does not work. All right. So there are those policy issues that try to capture the essence of some of those gains that we've made, but also the things that have happened in the name of flexibility. That wasn't the right decision. We need to go back and tighten up on some of this. Because that notion of adequacy and equity, it's, you never get there. You're always having to assess. And that's where the Supreme Court said, General Assembly, you are responsible for ongoing assessment of acts. To me, that's part of what, at least on our side of the process, this partnership that we have as part of the executive branch with a nonprofit community organization on forward, trying to make sure we have a clear understanding of the impact of what we've done. And COVID, I mean, that obviously will be part of this. But how do we make sure that we can all make the right decisions to address the issues we have?
Well, Johnny, I should have prepped you before I asked that question, because I actually defended it. I go back to 2003. We assessed all the schools from a facility side, but we could not help but not access it from an educational adequacy side. And I saw the adequacy. And I think what we've done since we implemented the laws on fire have been amazing. And the amount of money the state is spent to do that. So it really shocked me. I know we're short, especially in the defined school districts on the facility side. That kind of shocked me. I thought we were actually doing a really good job on the educational adequacy side, and that kind of surprised me a little bit in that recommendation. I didn't think about the teacher side of it.
One of the slides talks about the number, percentage increase in the number of districts that are below 500.
Yeah.
Versus where we were a few years ago. And again, we have a law that allows a waiver for districts under 350. Before, in 2003, 2004, once you hit that, then you were looking for consolidation of department. Well, we get a little flexibility there. And so we're seeing impacts of that. And it doesn't happen in a vacuum. So all these things go together. And what we are hoping to have when we conclude this work is something that gives us a broad picture that does allow us to peel back the layers. Because many of the layers are local context, school boards, all those things that we know have an impact on how this works in the communities. This won't be an endpoint. I guess is what I'm saying. It should help us develop next steps.
Yeah, and continue peeling back the layers. Yeah.
How are you gonna balance, I guess I heard a podcast or something last week about how our math skills and our literacy skills have decreased across the US due to COVID.
Yeah.
And how what a step back all of our students have taken. How are you gonna balance that and take, do you discount that? I mean, how are you gonna, knowing that they've all taken a step back, how do you compare to 2015?
Well, I think in this report, we will tease that out. And we will look at we'll look at or try and isolate to the degree possible the impacts of what that impact was because of the pandemic and elevate.
Do all the states, because I saw something in the paper, 2 or 3 days ago about that.
I think we saw the same thing.
Yeah, so can you get that data to kind of see how it affected all 50 states on the, when we went backwards?
Yeah.
Because wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I thought
and
Arkansas-
I think one thing we have to say, so first of all, you can't discount it because it's where our students are.
Yeah.
And that reality is reality regardless of where they were before. But the difference in Arkansas is the fact that last year for 2021, we tested 97% of our students in the state of Arkansas, which was not a whole lot less than what we typically assess every year. And we were in school. Now, there were a lot of interruptions and a lot of different things. Other states didn't. There were a lot of states that didn't. I mean, if they assessed, it was at a very minimal level. They're not even going to be able to really hold to their federal accountability systems because they had it. So the comparison of states, even we're so far ahead because we actually know what the COVID impact was, and we don't like it. I mean, we don't like our scores at all. We didn't like them before the pandemic, and we certainly don't like them now, but we know. And we also know, though, that when you look at some of what they captured here that I thought was helpful, we know that, for example, in those schools that are the RISE Award schools, so those are the schools that are really implementing the science of reading. What was it, about 5%? What was the statistic there?
They're performing, I think, 5% better.
Performing 5%
5 times better.
5 times better. So we know the districts that are doing what they need to be doing and are being consistent with that. We know it's working. But what COVID did was it interrupted those places that maybe don't have the will to stick with it the same way other schools have that will to really dig in. That's what our job is, to go back and double down on the will and to assist with the skills, because we've had a lot of teacher turnover, a lot of administrator turnover. So just getting that restarted, I think, is a lot of what we have to do. So, so we'll have a lot of conversations when we talk about equity. Some of the greatest gaps happen inside a school, inside of a classroom. Sometimes it's not, we have this grand vision of just regions of the state. It's not the greatest gaps in achievement occur within a school building in a grade level. Those are decisions local school districts have to make. And so I think it's just like even this facility here, this is an example of the progress that has been made. And this is a huge equity piece for kids in this county to have the type of career education opportunities, because not every high school can do this, obviously. But, there might be 1 or 2 that can do big things, but your kids here, that is the movement towards equity, I think. So those things can't be discounted either, but you're exactly right. If we don't get more business people going to focus groups and answering that survey, these conversations are coming out. And so I think that was the goal of definitely being here today, is to be able to talk to groups like this, because this is so different than talking to a group of potential educators.
I would think that because of us being in the state, the lack of internet access to the program, because we're having to do online learning.
We made a lot of progress in a short period of time. First year, we did a lot. March of 2020 happened, getting out devices, making sure people had places to go. Then the next year, we had devices at home. And students that had access was a lot higher than we saw even in some other departments. And partnership with PBS, upgrading the towers, upgrading the transmitters and parts of the state that they didn't have full coverage. So we get those early childhood programming, that programming out, made a lot of difference as well. So we had so much that happened, we really do forget what happened, how much progress was made from like March of 20 through March of 21. And being able to facilitate distance remote learning. But I would say too, we were number 2 governor, this is one of the governor's favorite statistics he talks about during COVID. Arkansas was the second highest state with regards to in-person learning. We're only behind Wyoming. Wyoming doesn't have very many people, they're all spread out. You know? So social distancing is not a problem for them. But we're ahead of Texas, we're ahead of Florida. The governor always likes to point that out. So our educators did a phenomenal job of keeping things going. The NAEP results, that's what some of you may be familiar with. It's called the Nation Report Card, 4th and 8th grade, either late this month or October. Those results will be released. That will give us a sense of a better comparison of where we stacked up with the rest of them. And I'm sure those results will be factored in.
Yeah.
This report too. So I'm happy.
So what can we do to make sure that we're sharing this and businesses are participating in the survey?
Awesome. I'm glad you asked that. I mean, through your networks, through groups like this, you know, continue to talk about this project, about, again, the need, but also opportunity. I think, talk about the progress and the foundational steps that have been made. Encourage engagement among your peers. And if folks want to engage more in this process, we're happy to, you know, would love to have additional one-on-one individual conversations, share opportunities, again, to contribute. But then I think, and this may be a little bit high level, but as we've talked about, this is kind of the starting point of it's what happens after this, and we peel additional layers and get to solutions and solve additional problems. But the business community has to be a part of that, because this is about ensuring every kid has those opportunities, but it's also about, you know, the health and economic prosperity of the state as well. And it's going to take the will and energy of everyone to improve this.
Rotary clubs are always looking for programs, right?
What's that?
They would be volunteer to go to Rotary Club. Of course, Ben's got
Rotary
one.
Club, yeah, well, we'll go anywhere.
Hey, just think about the Rotary 99, a Business Roundtable, or CEO Roundtable, or SHRM. There'd be those organizations that have more direct tie to business and industry. They probably don't know about it yet, or you know, it hadn't popped up on their Facebook before. I'll tell you what happened. People see it and they say, okay, that's an education thing. And it's wrong.
Well, I see a link on here.
Yeah.
Is that for anybody?
Yes.
It's on that?
Yeah, I think
Right
that, yes.
We need to share that survey. And how long will it be operating?
It's going to be open through October.
Through October?
Yeah.
Picture, yeah, we have some cards, we have various things that we're giving to people that have that QR code on it, it's on our website, the link to the survey, so we can give you guys all of that as well. Email it out, I'm sure we have email addresses to share with you. Yeah. Share out.
If you will email that to us, I mean, we can all put it on our social media, but if you could email that to us and we could send it out to our, like a request for participation and why it's important. Just that, and we could share that with, I could share it with probably 10 different business organizations, professional organizations, and ask them to share it with their members. And if that's, because like Johnny said, we get so much, I know we get a lot of emails, but we get so much on social media now too, that we kind of just I'll go back to that later kind of thing.
Yeah.
But if it's something that I could send out and then send them a reminder via email.
Yeah.
I get some
We can send it
groups
out
to share.
at Little Rock, to the Great Little Rock Chamber of Commerce.
Well, all the local
Yeah,
chambers should be sharing it.
Yeah, you get that, it's all set.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the
your,
I mean,
you
if
know, general
everybody
contractors.
gets it, we
and
share it.
all the-
We get all the family and then-
I mean, I shared it with my senior said, take your time, do this, share, you know. And they're not all educated, you know, it's regular people. That's what I do.
Hey, how about Lauren and sending out all of this?
Sounds good.
She's got the big pocket,
Well, I think we're at time, unless there are other questions, but I want to thank you all again. I just want to make one last point is that I think that, you know, one of the biggest, including direct outreach to your respective communities, and I think helping to reiterate that message that it's not just about education. It is about education, but it's about the health, it's about our state, it's about economic prosperity, it's about talent for our corporations. This is essential. And then, yeah, if we can be helpful, if there are any questions, please let us know. But again, I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I was gonna say, Commissioner King, are you ready?
I saw that one.
All right, well, moving forward to the last formal agenda item, and that is the Arkansas Department of Education report.
Hang on one second, we'll share that
All
screen.
right, thank you for letting me be on the report today. Ross is here, can speak to these issues as well. But I want to give you an update on something I think is pretty exciting, especially in the context of workforce development. And that is our ACT Work Keys initiative. Under Act 319, 2021, English, passed legislation. Actually, she brought the idea to us and we worked with her on it. The requirement has been for some time that we have to administer college and career readiness assessment. Added to that, to say college and career readiness assessment, that leads to career readiness certificate. So working through ACT Work Keys, which gives us the opportunity to award NCRCs. And we have some initial data from the first year of that implementation. So over 24,000 tests between the fall and spring, and about 75% of the students who took the test earned an NCRC. And it breaks down, as you see there, with the number of platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. The platinum, gold, and silver, and those are things that students can go out and they can mark themselves with those NCRs. We have about 60% of our high schools that test. We've been working to find out what the other 40%, what's going on. But we think in this year, of the second year of implementation, we're going to see much higher participation. Right? So, yeah. The great thing about Work Keys is that the curriculum, the curriculum, so it's part of the process, which in our communication, the feedback from schools, that makes a huge difference. They don't have, it doesn't feel like one more. All right, where's the first time?
Here, let me try.
Regionally, you see breaking it down in the northwest, northeast, central, southwest, southeast region. You see the participation right there. Again, southeast Arkansas, what can we do to increase that? But they actually have a higher percentage than central Arkansas. Central Arkansas, 50%. So we have opportunities there. And I won't spend a lot of time on work-ready communities. I think this group understands what those are. the impact that ACT WorkKeys has on work-based communities. We did have a summit for WorkKeys in July. Part of it, an AD summit was something that we've done for a few years. We bring all topics in government education. And we had a very successful WorkKeys implementation training session. That was in July. So we believe the results of that help districts have a better sense of what they need to do and how this could be additive for students without being a burden on the district. Ross, do you have any comments you want to make?
I mean, our biggest piece is, this past year with implementation, some of our implementation was educating schools. We get to a lot of educators that have no idea the work you did or the benefit to it and the benefit beyond. It just benefited the students, but the benefit is having community workforce development. So we've made great strides with that, knowing that we had only 58 schools prior to last year that were actually even doing this. They were doing it in very small pockets, so we're up to 184 or 306 high schools last year. We expect that to go more. So it's a continual learning piece. Where we're at now is really engaging the business and industry sector. We know along the east side of our state, along the Mississippi, that part of our state is very well versed. They know we struggle more right here in the central and northwest with business and industry really understanding what it is, which is where sometimes our schools or educators might struggle because they're trying to have that conversation. Our students have this credential and business industry doesn't have as much. So we've had a working group working with the state chamber as well to really help make them be aware. And we're pushing out a lot of kids with this credential, and we're going to it's probably going to double this year. And so they're going to have it. So how could you use that to your culture? Of course, we had a meeting weeks ago. So was there in the joke was, well, they'll just show up. They're happy at this point right now, when we know that's the workforce piece. But as hopefully our workforce maybe shifts in future years, this credential is going to be there. It is, portable. It doesn't have an expiration date, so our students will have it well throughout their career. And so hopefully that piece of this group as well, just like we talked about with the Board Arkansas piece, the more information you can share with groups in the business industry sector on what we're doing, how many more of these credentials exist, because they've probably heard about it in the past. It fluctuated, but now we have a very strong increase in it. So anything you can do or you need more information from us, please let me know. We'll gladly share very specific information in the communities that this industry has.
What work is being done? I recently just employee off to be a profile. The last time I checked, there were 8 profilers in the state. Very long. And as an employer, I can't use this as a criteria for hiring unless I can prove the exception. True. What's being done to increase that communication to employers and to raise that number?
Right, so that's been an issue that, back to Ross's point, if this is something that we're going to encourage or require high school students to participate in, then our employers need to recognize it. But if we're not supporting our employers and providing them the tools that they need, then, I can see why they're not. Well, one, they're not interested because they just want employees right now to pass a drug test, which I can tell you our numbers are going up to those that are applying for jobs and not passing the drug test. Those numbers are continuing to increase as we have employers reporting that on a volunteer basis. But I will tell you that we are going to participate in ACT in some pilots, which will involve increasing our work-ready communities, which will also complement having more emphasis on profiling jobs. Just like you said, if the jobs aren't profiled, then it's hard for you to use this as a tool and to align the competencies in the test with your requirements for your job. So I'll make sure I also share this with ADC they're the ones that are leading the effort of profiling, and see what we can do to profilers, and that is the problem. And thank you for sending someone to be trained in that, and let me know what we can do if that person is able to share doing some train the trainer, or even encouraging companies to also hire or engage a person on staff on your team, on their team to be a profiler. That's
starting in January, so.
Can you keep it and paying just to be a
We
profiler?
are, we're at contracting.
Yes.
Part of the deal in doing him the training is that he would do our profiles for us.
Yes, that's great to hear, because there are a lot of individuals that retired during COVID, and now they're wanting to come back in part-time employment. And that's a great way to engage them. They already know the company, so they don't have a steep learning curve when it comes to trying to do the profiling with your jobs. So, let me, send me an email, I'll give you some information, and I'll share that with ABC, because that is something that we need to improve and increase, those profilers in the companies that have the jobs profile.
It's not,
Exactly.
it's expensive.
Expensive and intense.
Last couple of things that we want to share is Arkansas teacher residency model. So we really think about the teacher pipeline and the issues we've had with that over the last several years. It's not an Arkansas specific problem. It's really our nationwide issue. But we have worked to create a pathway so that people who are interested in becoming an educator, when they're still in high school, have the opportunities at the high school, working with our career technical education, partnership with our higher education institutions, to start on that pathway. With, you can see here, we've got level 1, level 2, and level 3. But the idea is that when they hit that level 1 resident, and they are entering in that pathway on the way to higher ed, they actually can attain a credential that allows them to be in classroom. As a teaching assistant, someone getting that hands-on experience, but also as they are employed by the district, they're part of the retirement system. They are earning money that helps them avoid debt, college loan debt, a number of elements. We have another slide. It's not in this deck, but we have worked out a way that potentially the student could go through complete the teacher certification with zero debt. And Pell Grants, scholarships, and have all the stacking that is available, plus the opportunity to work. Our professor has been working very hard on this for 3 years, I think, now. We just want to make sure y'all are aware of it. Ivy, you want to highlight you?
Well, one thing that I think is really important is that the courses that students start out with, we brought career ed, higher ed, and invested all together so that the initial pathway courses is the same, whether you're taking it at high school, on high school campus, at a higher ed institution, on their campus, or a combination of in between. And so high school students can earn that certified teaching assistant credential before they leave high school. Or if they do leave high school, and maybe it's a career changer, maybe it's a current care professional, they, after those first 9 hours, can earn that certified teaching assistant. So what we're doing is just creating that roadmap all the way through. And we've got most of our tier institutions participating with the agency. So they can start out with a certificate of proficiency, earn the associates, and they go on. So just really creating that career ladder for them to work through. And then once they're there, we create created opportunities for classroom teachers to become lead or master teachers, who then are the ones who train the certified teaching assistants. So you bring it all together as both recruitment and retention.
Our concepts,
Yeah.
R&D, rip off and.
Rip off and do good.
Take, borrow concepts from that field and the traditional career technical education pathways with regards to apprenticeships, which we're proud that we are probably one of the first 5 states, one of the first 4 states in the nation
But you're not
to
counting.
have a registered apprenticeship for our Arkansas teacher residency model through the U.S. Department of Labor. So the team has done great work getting that together. And obviously, registered apprenticeships, opportunities now for wage reimbursement. So we're going to roll this out in coming months. And we're really excited about this. Arkansas is leading when it comes to.
It will start in this year.
We hope to start in January with at least a group of the teacher residency candidates and those leader master teachers who are overseeing them. Stephanie, Cody, Lisa have been really instrumental in helping us get to this point, and then they're going to be really instrumental in making sure we do it right going forward. So the goal would be to get at least some people part of it into student January.
And to me, this is the last thing I'm saying, this is the be more great success stories coming from state government transformation is the partnerships that we've had with OSD, for ed, higher ed, not just the division, but also the institutions. All of these groups came together to work on this and make it happen. And you know, in the past, we definitely lived in silos where we worked hard, we worked together, but it didn't always go as smoothly, quickly as we wanted to. So everybody has been on board with this to make this happen. Level of effort that these folks went to make it happen, these folks went to make it happen. I just need to be one possible.
Board's knowledge, so we have committed, so we will reimburse the teacher mentors, and the COL apprenticeship, and then we can also make up for any tuition fees and other scholarship. So, we can do at least $1 million a year.
Thank you. Before we head to the adjournment part, I think Cody wanted to address us briefly. So Cody, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate everyone being there. I know it's been a long day and appreciate Secretary Key, your report just then on the apprenticeship program there for the Department of Education on the teacher residency model. I'm currently at the National Association of State Apprenticeship Directors meeting in Norfolk, Virginia. And that was a topic of discussion. And we were proud to be able to stand up and say that we were one of the only few states that have received that recognition. While we have not yet started it, we are amongst the few who have actually implemented it. So kudos to your staff and everyone who was involved in that, including Office of Apprenticeship as well at the federal level for getting that put together. But that kind of leads to that next conversation, which is, you know, we have been for a while now discussing this transition to a state apprenticeship agency. And I've spoken with Mr. Kopis and Secretary Preston and others around what that means and how that can obviously impact. And we've had this discussion a couple of times. But one of the things we're about to do is finalize what that plan would look like, put that together, make sure we have responded to all the questions that have been put out there. We've done a lot of work in answering that, but there's still a little bit more to do. But hopefully we'll be able to put that together within the next 2 weeks, be able to present that to Secretary Preston and to the stakeholders that are involved in this and engaged in it. And then ultimately, one of the things that I'm going to be asking is for a potential special called meeting in October for the board to get together and be able to either approve or deny that plan so that we can move forward. or at least bring this to some sort of resolution one way or the other. So that is one thing that I would like for us to all be thinking of as we begin moving forward into October. The second piece that I want to speak to is we have also been talking now and are in the process of making a reality, the development of a automation manufacturing robotics center here in the state of Arkansas. We have been working here at Commerce and with others to figure out what that would look like, how we could fund it, how we could acquire the property, how we could begin the construction phase, the design phase, and all those pieces and components that are tied to that. We have been given approval through DFNA that we can use certain funds that we have in the Skills Development Fund to be able to make some transfers to ADFA, who could acquire a piece of property in Conway, which is the site that we have tentatively selected for the location of this facility. In October as well, October is going to be a busy month. We will be going to the legislature to ask for approval for some temporary appropriation to be able to transfer funds to ADFA for the procurement of that land, and also for a method of finance to be able to begin the design architecture phase for that project as well, so we can get that commenced. That is obviously a very large discussion that will take place. And so as we get these approvals, assuming we don't want to assume, but assuming the legislature will sign off on those in October, we will be bringing plans and things of that nature in front of the board in December, along with updates as to where we are at in that process. Last thing I would just like to mention briefly is, last year was again kind of a year in which we did some things differently. And one of the things I was just looking at as we were finalizing some reports with BLR, as other agencies have as well with Workforce Education Development, we received around $16 million last year in funding, and we awarded roughly $16 million in funding last year, serving more than 7,000 people across apprenticeships, workforce development grants, and everything else. And that doesn't include the Vocational Career Technical Education Center funding that we have in coordination with the Department of Ed to serve those students. So those are just a few things I wanted to touch on before the group departed today, and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Joe.
Cody, the meeting you're planning on having in October, is that the meeting that we voted on at the last board meeting?
No, ma'am. No. So that was, and Scott, you can elaborate on this too if you would like to, sir, but we were going to have a special called meeting to bring those parties together. There was some information that had been transferred back and forth, of which, I believe Scott was the one who wanted to have that discussion. He and I had talked and spoke and decided that we needed to do some more things prior to getting that group together. And again, this would essentially be that meeting that we would have sometime in October.
Yeah, I the one who asked Stephanie to cancel that meeting, and I met with each of the groups and collected all the information. I sent it to Cody about their concerns, and hopefully we can, Cody's actually going to work on it here fairly soon, and hopefully come up with the responses to all their questions and concerns. We'll meet with Secretary Preston and then go out and see if we can. We all agree that we've got a good plan to go out and see if we can sell it with a part with that. It's the construction industry that has the issue in our construction. That's the reason I've been involved in a lot. But Cody and I talked earlier about that was actually not a board meeting.
Well, it was, the motion was made by you and second by me. The Workforce Development Board unanimously having a special board meeting to discuss.
Oh, yeah, that's been canceled. So it can be the same way.
Well, there's other apprenticeships besides construction. There's other apprenticeships.
I know. Construction industry, the ones that's raising the
I think there
Really
is.
made the most noise.
head. All of them. Well, to me, they are, because I'm,
Yeah, I didn't catch quite all of that. It was because there was some discussion back and forth, but yes, certainly there are a number of occupations that we have expanded to in Arkansas: manufacturing, IT, healthcare, And now education, we're adding to that mix as well. But certainly want to be able to answer the concerns of the construction industry. As was asked of us, when we first discussed this transition, was to go out, have the discussions with stakeholders, get, feedback, answer those questions, and do that legwork. And when we get to a place to where we believe that everybody is comfortable with it and it understands at least what the plan is, we can feel better about moving forward and making that decision.
Pat, first, let the record show that the chairman knows his time. And second, that you would entertain a motion that we adjourn. Move and second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
Recording stopped.